Good morning, everybody. I should be ready to go in a few minutes, but right now we'll just listen to the background music. Good morning, everybody. I should be ready to go in a few minutes, but right now we'll just listen to the background music. Good. Okay, everybody here. I'm just setting up. It's going to start around 12, but I am here. Let's see what's going on here. And I got somebody who keeps buzzing my phone, so I got to turn the notations off so it won't be a bother to us today. Anybody do any trading today? Actually, I've been taking a step back and been watching GeoEV. I just jumped in real quick for a second. I should have stayed in. Actually, I had it in at a good price, and I got out, but I wasn't really going to trade today. I actually got in. I got in and I got out. I was in like 29 cents, so I should have stayed. But that's the way it is, you know. I know how to pick them. I know the right stocks, and timing is everything. So, and here we go. We're getting started here. And I just need to make a few announcements in the other room. Just let them know that we are live. Okay. Give me a second. Oh wow! What just happened? Something happened. What happened? That was weird. Oh, he went off. Okay. Just give me 1 second, folks. I'm almost there. Shoot. Active trading 2. Quit. It's amazing. Okay, one more. Okay, that takes care of that. And we're back in business. Let me take this off. Done. Okay. All right, how are we all doing today? You know, last night I was gonna I was online. I've been going through. I must have printed off about 10 pages all about options because I'm trying to learn more and more and more about options. And though I've taught a lot of people what they need to know and continue to teach people different things about the options. Oh, and let me take the camera and put it on. Just say hello. I really haven't traded them yet. And the ones I've done on paper, it's too bad I didn't because I would have made $40,000-$50,000 in the last 2 weeks. And wow, look at this. Look at GeoEV. Is everybody watching this right now? GeoEV right now is just hit another new high of the day. And this thing, it probably will get up to about, let's say about $5 and probably drop back very quickly. But there's still time to make some money in this stock right now. For those of you, so I'm going to just keep an eye on this, as you should also. Okay, here we go. I'm just looking. All right, let's see what's put in front of me. Okay, I'm set. GeoEV. Let me just change positions. I had PLRX over there. I like to put it. I have what they call a 6-in-1 stock setup open, and I like to trade from those 6-in-1s, so I can watch more than one stock while I'm trading. And this one is happening. I should have stayed in. I should have stayed in. I should have, could have, would have. I was trying to set up. That's what happens. You know, you think being a moderator is the greatest thing in the world, and then you stop to do certain things, and you miss out on other very important things. So, okay. What do we got going here? It's over. Isn't that crazy? I know. It's over, what, the last 2 days on GOEV? It's like I'm tempted just to jump in again because I think it's going to move, but you got to be careful because you just don't know when the stock is going to reverse. And I'm going to just change this drawing around a little bit, take it from a high point in here and bring it to the 465, which is a nice high of the day. Right now you can see this stock, I'm looking at a different mouse structure. As you can see, this stock is in a channel right now, and it's been going in an upward, like a ascending channel. And it's awesome to watch this thing go. And every time it pulls back, you know, I always say, pull back, push forward. And that's what's happening. Let me just get rid of a few of these things here. This is the way I usually have them set up, but for right now, so we can make this little chart, the active trader, a little bit bigger, just in case I do decide to jump in. And on this particular monitor, again, like I keep telling you, I've got to switch it out. But now at least it's a little bit higher up. You can see I got in quick, 500 and then 500. The first time I went down a little bit, so I doubled up. And then when I got out, I just got out because I had it set up. But if I'd stayed in, I was at 429. So 39, 49, 59, it would have been 30 cents. About 500 shares, I would have been up $150. Not bad. But, okay. Anybody do any trading today? And let me, you know what? Somebody should have said something. Give me 1 second. I don't know how clear this is for you. I'm going to change it. Hold on. Just give me a second. Let's see. Here we go. This should, oh no, it's good. It's on the 720. Okay. That's good. It's mine that's off for me. Automatic 720. That's good. Now I can see it. All right. It expires tomorrow, but I'm going to take profit when the uptrend breaks. Are you talking about a option? What expires? I bought a call. Only made $50. Could have made 200. Coulda, woulda, shoulda, Paulie. But you know what? It's better to say I made 50 than I lost 200. I hate when that happens. You know, it's just not a good thing. All right. Just sitting here watching this like you are right now. I want to see where this thing's going to go. To see if it's even worth jumping into at this point. You know, it's like you're chasing the top. And I don't expect to see much of a pullback at this point. I don't think we're going to see a pullback more than. Let me just make this. Let me see if I make it a little smaller. Let's see. I like that TM scalper. As you see, it tells you to get in and down and out. Make it a little bigger. When you do that, some of the arrows do disappear, but right now we're still in upward motion. I'd like to see it drop down a little, but we're still very, very bullish on the stock. We're above the VWAP, which is at $4.10, and the 13 EMA, which is at around 4.53. So the stock right now is still going very nicely. And there's a little pullback, 465. So the stock's really, it's got to get over the next leg, which is $4.75. If this stock gets over the 475 point, then good chance that it will go to $5. Now, whether it gets over $5, that's a hard point. But if I go look at the stock GOEV on Yahoo, let me just see something real quick. See if I can bring it up in here. Let me see. Did he put it up here? Yeah, somebody did. I did. Okay. I'm having problems every time. I don't know if there was some sort of an update with Google or something, and every time I open it, only half the page opens, and I got to refresh it every time. I'm not happy with this, so that's probably what's logging me out. The other day, everything was it stopped me. It's eating up resource. Okay, so I can see the average volume is 6.3 million. We've got 88 million today. The only thing I didn't like, I remember I checked it earlier. I think the float on this is about 127 million, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to go check it real quick, and it is 127 on the nose. So you got a very high float. But the good thing about that is if you're doing a mental stop loss because you don't want to get stopped out, this stock doesn't move extremely fast, and you can actually follow it. But I would be careful because somebody, the market movers definitely are holding a lot of shares of this, and I would hate to see anybody get caught in the blip, including myself. There's a part of me that wants to jump in, but there's a part of me that says, be very careful. But if you look right now, and we put it up here on just for a second, you can see right here, 3 hours ago, the U.S. Army selected Canoe's multi-purpose platform. So it does have good positive news. There's no question. It's a good contract, and you can see here the volume, and the high of the day, it already hit 465, and it opened at 357. So it's gone a nice distance. It's up 26%. So it's not bad. I'm going to put it back where it was in case I need it again. All right. And here we go. So here's your pullback. Right here is your pullback. So if you're thinking of getting in this stock, I would say it's right below the 13. Okay. Those are my lines from before. So it's right there. It's right there from before where I drew my lines. And where did that come from? Hold on. Let me just make sure. That's just announcing. That's what it is. I can't stop that. As a moderator, if I'm clicked, somebody mentions my name in another room, and I have that room in the background, I'll always hear it. And like I said, there was the pullback. It was like 452, and now we're at 457, 458. It's trying to get back up again. It's so tempting, And if you look at this stock, and if we take it right now and we go and we put it on, let's say a 5-minute, you can see this stock has a beautiful climb up, and there's a slight. You can see every now and then there's a slight. What do you call it? Who mentioned me again? Come on, cut it out. What's going on? Deck did it again. It's got to be Deck. I don't have anybody else open. Tag messages only. Okay, unless he took it apart and put it back up there again. I don't have anybody else open. Okay. There's nobody in this room that I can see. Somebody post something on the board. Let me know you guys are alive. Can you hear me? Hear me okay? Is it loud enough? Are we good? Anybody? Can anybody hear me? Please? Okay, great. That's all I need to know. I can't always tell. I have to go into another program. Right now I can see I can see the volume level is good. And I am streaming, which is nice. Okay. All right. So if it stops, let me know. You hear? Yes, here you're just fine. Okay, great. Good. Anybody in the stock right now? Did anybody just grab that pullback? You know what I always say? Pull back, push forward. And I think as long, you got to remember, this is a slow stock. Look at the volume right now. Oh, that's on 5-minute. I'm going to put it back to a 1-minute, only so I can keep an eye on the volume. So right now you can see below my mouse, you can see the volume is 73,000 for that one. I hate this thing, this monitor. I hate it. I hope by the end of this weekend to change it out and switch monitors, so I can see it better. So you can see. I don't know if you see it better, but I can see it better. Okay, because my monitor below is the same size monitor as the one above, but it's a Dell. And I've got everything in there, including the watch list, and everything's much bigger because its size is different because of the definition. That monitor is a TV that has a HDMI that changes it to a monitor, and it doesn't have as high a definition. So I've got to play around with it more, and I'm really getting tired of doing that. So like what I'm talking about is like if I can make this smaller, there are times I want to look at the watch list, which I have open in the background, but you see what it does. It changes everything around, and I can't see the price in here, so it changes, and I gotta manipulate this thing, and it's a pain in the neck, and and then I can't see the bottom here. At least I have it tipped open a little bit, so in case I want to see the level 2 while I'm looking at it with you, I know you can see it. And then I put in this thing the other day. Somebody put in this stochastic slow. And I haven't really learned how to use it yet. Somehow when you get to the crosshairs, you want to either to go down to short it here. But you know what? My TTM squeeze tells me the same thing. If you look here, okay, it might be hidden. Let's see. Nope. There was nothing here in this one. No, only the up one. So, but right here when the crosshairs cross, that tells you you should be shorting the stock or taking it down, or it's going to go down, get out. So it's a good thing, but I think that if you have another tool that's doing it for you, and right now the only thing might be more real time than the TTM squeeze, which has a very, very slight delay of about 1 to 2 candlesticks at times. So right now I don't know if there's anything else really, really rolling. This is the highest percentage, so I'll leave this open so we can look at it. And pretty much I'm watching the MACD right now. Even though it's in there, if I bring this down, you'll see it pop up. It's still in there. The Scholastic Slow, it's called. Did anybody hear that the other day, and is anybody using it? I don't know if the person who told us about it is in here. It might have been, who was that? Smith? What's his name? Something Smith. Let me see if I can see it from the day before. Okay, look at the day before. I can still get in there. Smitty? No, it wasn't Smitty. I don't know who told us about that. I'm not sure. Rick Smith, maybe. Maybe Rick Smith. Rick, are you here? Is Rick here today? I don't know if he's here. Let me see. Yeah, he is here. I don't know if he was the one who told us about it yesterday. The Scholastic, which you can actually find if you're looking for it. You can go into here, and you see this right now. It says right down here, Scholastic. But what you do is you go to the left here, and you just type in ST. Wrong board. ST. I don't think it'll show up since I already have it in there. Scholastic, you see? Oh, there it is, slow. And you just click it, add it, and then it'll be in there. And if you don't want it, you go up to here and just X out, and you can remove it that easy. Okay? So for those of you that want to try it, Tommy's trying it. Tommy and I spoke yesterday. We had a nice talk on the phone. I still have a lot of questions. Tommy's actually doing options right now. I want to talk a little bit more about them. Okay? I still have a lot of questions myself. Look at that, new high of the day with GOEV. Anybody watching that? Okay, so GOEV. Boy, I should have stayed in it. I knew it was going to hit $5 today. And that's $4.70. And what it does, each time, it's been pulling back and pushing forward. Pulling back and pushing forward. And if you look at the chart, that's what it's done. I'm on the 1 minute. What's that one on? 1 minute. So you can see here, if I break it, let me see if I bring it back a little more and bring it forward. You can see what it's been doing all day. Going up, coming down. Going up, coming down. Going up, coming down. And what does that mean? What does that mean, folks? What is it doing? Okay? It's building higher lows. So even though it's doing it very slowly, every time it pulls back, you know what, you pretty much don't have to worry yet. But I would be careful once it gets over 475, and if it holds, it will go to about $4.95, $5. If it gets over, it's going to be very, 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 very hard resistance at that point. Remember, the hardest place for a stock to get over the first time is $1. And the next time, the second hardest place for a stock to get over, believe it or not, is $10. And the third hardest place for a stock to get over is $5. So just in that order, 1, 10, 5. So I believe that GOEV has been over $10 in the past, but you would have to go and let me just see, it's had a high of $13. So it's been over $10 before, yet right now we're trying to get over 5. But that's not unusual, because in these times right now a lot of stocks have pulled back and the markets are down. But like I said, it's got a good contract. The news is good for it. This is definitely a credible play. So for anybody right now, I don't think I'd jump in right this second, but I would wait for another pullback. The good thing is you're not seeing like multiple tops. Like, when a stock goes 1 top, 2 top, 3 stock, whammy, it's like a double whammy, triple whammy. It's not doing that. It's going, it's trying, it's pulling back, and boom. And that's what it's been doing all along. So this stock has been consistent. But it is lunchtime right now. And as I usually post at that time, okay, there is lunch, and I'm just going to put it up there so we know. But this is a work lunch, all right? So I call these I won't call it a power lunch, but let's call it a learning lunch, because we're going to learn through lunch and maybe even trade at the same time. Now, some of you that are doing options already, here's a question, all right? And maybe for you, Tommy, since you're doing options, if I buy an option, I want to do, let's say, a long put. What that means, okay, let me just see if I have the definition here for you. Position somebody buys, okay. Traders often jump to trading options with little understanding of the options strategies that are available to them. There are many option strategies that both limit risk and minimize return. So, with a little effort, traders can learn how to take advantage of the flexibility and the power that a stock option can provide. Now, a lot of you have small accounts. You have less than 25,000, which puts you in PDT. The greatest thing about an option is, number one, you can trade them every single day, because the money from the options, if you're out by 4 o'clock or whatever amount that you do, as long as you're out by 4 o'clock, that money will clear next morning by 9:30. So you can actually trade every single day. Now, you can also, if you have 2,500 in your account, you can trade 5 times of 500. So what does that mean? A contract is 100 shares. If the option costs, let's say Ford is 23 cents per share, then one contract, 100 shares, would be $23, right? $23 for 100 shares. 1,000 shares would cost you $230. Now, that means if you have a $2,500, you could trade that 10 times of 1,000 shares. But yet, if you bought Ford itself at $11, you'd be done. You can't even trade 1,000 shares because it would be $11,000. So there's the opportunity where options can be very flexible, and you can make a lot of money, but you can also lose a lot of money, and you got to be careful. But here's the question. If right now I look and I say Ford, okay, and I'm going to give you hypotheticals, and pretty much it's true. Ford right now is $11, all right? It's $11. And this is for you, Tommy. $11.30, okay? And let's say I want to put a strike price of, let's say, $11.25. Now, does that mean that when this thing goes down in price, that I don't start making money until it hits my strike price and below my strike price? So it doesn't mean that the option is not worth money between 30 cents and 25 if it goes down. So if it goes down from 11.30 to 11.25, I don't make any money yet. Yet the premium I paid for the option goes down. So I do not start making any money until I pass 11.25. So I have to get to 11.20, 11.15. Is this correct? Is this correct? Tommy, are you there? Because I know you're doing options. And it helps everybody else in here too. He may not be here because he also works a job, and sometimes he puts me. If anybody else is doing options and can answer that question, please do. I don't want to seem ignorant, but there's still a lot that I have to learn. And what I've been doing is studying up and pushing out and giving you the information as I learn it. But I still have a lot of questions. Here we go. I see some people. I see Aaron and Tommy typing away there. Probably Tommy. Okay, on a work call. That's what I figured. That's what I told them. You're on a call. All right, we'll have to get that question either answered by somebody else, or we'll have to no, the price of the option is dependent on the bid price. So, what you're saying is, if, Aaron, let me get this right. If I buy Ford at $11.30, okay, and it goes down to $11.25, but I think it's going to reverse, so I get out. Have I made any money, or have I just lost less? That's my question. Do you understand it? Do I first start making money after the $11.25 once it passes the strike price? That's my question. because I've been doing this on paper and maybe I've been doing it wrong. Wow. New high of the day, 474 on GOAV. No, the price of the option is dependent. Well, I know he said that already. 471. Look at this thing. If this thing goes past 475 and it holds, it's going to take off. Are you ready to make some money? I don't know if he understands my question. Price of the option is dependent on the bid price. Oh, I got you. So, okay. So if I go into, let me see something. I may have opened it up already. If I go into here, here's Ford. All right. And let's say right now the next one is $11. So we're at $11.29. I would have to take an $11. So the bid price, the bid price is $5. So if I buy it at the ask, it's got to go down at least a penny before I break even. Is that what you're saying? So that means if I buy it right now and I buy it at the ask and it's 6 cents a share and it goes down, that stock has to go down at least 1 penny before I break even. That's the spread. Is that what you're saying? Yes or no? I hope it's yes. Then I've been right all along. No, there's actual value for the option meets price target. You can sell for more because people agree. The actual value is only a factor in the part. I know that. Okay, and I've seen what the spreads look like. I mean, if I brought up a spread right now, let me just see something. Actual value is only a factor in the part. Let me see if I can find that thing that I have. Just give me 1 second and I'll bring it up so you can look at the, it's an actual TOS setup, lesson 1. Let's see where I got it. Berkshire Hathaway, lesson 1 I can give. Give me a second. That's not it. Trade for online, Thinkorswim. Let me see if it's in here. Trade 1. All right, I got one. Let's get this up. Okay, I'm going to move this over to the board. Okay, these are actual options. Okay, that have been done. All right, it was a friend of mine who actually did these options, and all right, I'll look at it after. But right now, you see this in here? That's the price. See, that has nothing to do with the real price of Woodie. That's what you're talking about. So when you take this factor of a price, which has nothing to do with the real price, okay, because you could see your strike price at that time was $1,000. But if that stock went down from 209 to 192, he made 17 cents on that put. That's the factor that you're talking about. Am I correct? You see, he wants me to look at GOV has options. I didn't even know that. Let's take that back down. Let's go back into here. Go into here. GOV. Okay. I didn't even know they had. Oh, wrong computer. GOEV. Okay. GOV options and options for July 15th. That's exactly what I'm looking at. First options. That's what I always look at that week. Okay, and I'm looking at what? I would be looking at a call at this point because I think it's going to go up. So I would be slightly out of the money. I want it to go to 5. I'm looking at 33 cents. The bid is 32. Now I could put a buy in. Well, it just changed, but I could have put a bid in at the. I could put in a buy at the bid. If I get filled, then I'm 1 cent ahead of the deal. But right now it's 32 cents for a share. That means right now, folks, that this stock would cost you about, let's see, 100 shares is $32. $33 just went up. So $32, let's say, okay, to buy 100 shares. 1,000 shares would be $330. You see, opposed to buying 1,000 shares will cost you $4,800. Big difference. But what he's saying is, for right now, if I bought this for 33 cents and the stock goes up, it's got to go more than 1 point because that's my spread right there. I lose a penny. But when this thing goes up, I lose 1 penny. If it goes up 10 cents, I would make 9 cents on that. You can spend 33 cents on this option. It's actually worth nothing. You can spend 33 cents and the option is actually worth nothing. Correct. But if the stock goes up, well, it's 33 cents is 100 shares. 33 cents times 1 contract is $33. So really, you're right. You wouldn't even break even because 100 shares, even at 10 cents, would only be $10. You'd end up losing money. It wouldn't be worth it. You'd have to buy a lot of shares at that price to make it worthwhile. So if you have a stock that says cheap, you can buy 10,000 shares. Okay, so let's say 10,000 shares times 33 cents is $3,300. If it goes now 10 cents, I make $1,000 minus. Oh, I just lost you guys. Oh, I lost you. Hold on. What's going on here? What's going on? I don't know what happened. Don't run away. You guys. Oh, I lost you. Hold on. What's going on? Hold on. Let's see what happened here. Shoot. I lost you. Just give me a second. I don't know why this is happening. Okay, 720. I got it back. I told you I'm having a problem with my Google. It's taking up my resources. I don't know why. Are we back? Can somebody tell me? We are back, right? Okay. I'm going to take this off the thing. But for right now, you can see. Now it's just gone up. You see? For $5, went up to 41 cents. So a couple of minutes ago, we could have bought 41 because the stock just hit a new high of 497. Amazing. I should have been in the stock. Should have been in the contract. I'm good now. Okay. I'm glad I'm good. Okay. But you can see now I don't think I would touch this stock. It would have to pass 507, 508 before I even consider this stock. But I told you this stock will go to about 495, 497, and then it's going to pull back. And right now, it didn't pull back a lot. It's still holding. So we got to see and watch what's going to happen. Good. Anyway, but that stock at that point when we started looking at it was 33 cents. So at 33 cents, and the price was about $4.70 at that time, all right? So if I had bought 10,000 shares, it would have cost me $3,300. Now, if I got out at the 497 and I got in at 72, I would have made, just on that move on 10,000 shares, about 25 cents. I would have made $2,500 on that right there. GOV. Please, when you do Tommy, in this, remember, in here, we need proper format. All right? I'm a stickler for that. GOEV. But yeah, you can see that you could have made a lot of money just there on one option with 10,000 shares, putting up $3,300. You would have made approximately $2,500. That's it, right? And we all missed it. But my point to you guys, that have smaller accounts, and let's say you don't have $3,300, you could have bought 5,000 shares, and instead of making $2,500, you would have made $1,250. It's all in proportion to what you can afford. So when you see someone like Taylor Trader say, "I'm buying 1,000 shares of Tesla," well, let me tell you what. The other day, he bought 1,000 shares of Tesla. He put out $750,000. You could have done the same thing. I told Taylor, I said, I don't understand. Why didn't you just buy an option? You could have bought that much more if you believe in what you're doing. All right? And he could have bought the same thing for about, I don't know, it was $11,000, $12,000. I think it was $1.16 a share to go on a call at that day for the Tesla. Okay, so for really, he put $750,000. Instead, he could have put out, I don't know, $10,000. So you just got to understand the leverage. You're talking 100 to 1 leverage with an option opposed to. And if a stock starts to reverse, 1 penny, 2 penny, remember, if you have 10,000 shares on a stock, okay? So 10,000 shares, all right, times just 1 penny, you lose $100. So you have to say to yourself, what am I willing to lose? It can turn fast. And unless you have a stop loss in there, 1 or 2 pennies can cost you a couple of $100. But if it goes like this one just did, $4.99, here we go, new higher day. Like this one just did, it jumped. You could have just made yourself thousands of dollars with very little money outlay. Does this all make sense to you? Is this something that some of you might be interested in? And some of you I know are already doing. There you go, $5. New higher day for GOEV. So GOEV, new high of day, and there is your $5. So I'd be careful here. You don't know what's going to happen. The stock may pull back a little now, and as long as it holds over, I would say 490. As long as it holds over 490, it might be okay. Because you got to remember, old Old resistance now becomes new support. And if you look at the stock now, I know this is not the best chart here, but you got right around here, around 485, 86, 88, right around there is 487 is an old resistance. And then here we're at 497. I would venture to say right there, we're at right there. See where it came back down? We're about 490 right now is possible support. Maybe 485. But that's still very good, and that's old resistance. So I love when old resistance becomes new support because it tells me that stock is going up and up and up. Now the question is, what's happening? Look, there's still a lot. We got 770, 80, 90, almost 800,000 shares being traded right now on this candlestick on a 1 minute. So there's a lot of volume. Everybody is at this stock. This is where the mob's at right now. Did anybody just make money on that move? Was anybody in this stock at GOEV? I can't believe it. I was busy. You see, that's what I'm talking about. If I wasn't moderating right now and I was just trading, I might have jumped in that stock because I was watching it. I was getting ready earlier, and I was in the stock just for a minute, just for a split second, and I got in at. If I go up to the monitor, it tells me I got in GOEV at $4.32. I got $4.29. I bought it at $4.29. So $4.29. You imagine if I had held that? If I just said, you know what, and I put a trailing stop because it never came back more than 10 cents. I put a 20-cent trailing stop on that. I would have made all the money, and I would have cashed out at around $4.95, and that would have been beautiful, you know. And especially if it did an option. I didn't even realize that GOEV had an option. And that's a great thing. So here's another thing. Do you think GOEV is going to stay here? Will it hold? What do you think it's going to be tomorrow? I don't think I would play with it. I wouldn't think about doing a put on it because the way that GOEV has been going since this contract, it could hold. It could hold. I mean, you'd have to go back and look and say, you know what? Look at this pre-market. It was at 348 this morning, all right, and went to 413, and it pulled back to 375. Came up to, you could have made, you know, all day, and I wasn't watching it. I was busy doing other things, and I have a house that had a fire, so I was on the phone. 5 option calls in GOEV plus $100. Excellent. Very good. But you see, you did 5 contracts, 5 options, so he did 500 shares, and he made $100. So he stayed in for 20 cents. He got out too quick, or he got in too late. I don't know which one. But you see, there is great. But he didn't put out a lot of money because we just saw it was 33 cents. So 33 cents times 500 was about $165 outlay. Am I right? $165 you put out to make $100. It's not bad. But you can imagine. I mean, for me, I would have probably done 5,000 shares, which would have been, 50 contracts. 50 contracts. Oh, you're still in. 20% stop. Okay, there you go. I don't know if it's going to go much higher. I'd be careful. You know what? Because I hate to see you give the money back. And put interest with your optionables in your scans. Put intersect with optionable in your scans. Intersect. You're going to have to tell me and show me what that is. I'm not exactly sure. Intersect with my scans. Now, I do scans. I don't know what intersect is. Let me see something. Is that something I can add and customize? Let's see, intersect. I'm looking it up. I see interest, last interim, option interest. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what put intersect in with optionable in your scans. Because my scans their scan is from TOS. So I'm not 100% sure what you're talking about. How to scan for options with Thinkorswim Option Hacker. Okay. Option Hacker. Oh, I got it. So I can scan. Oh, that's where I'm in. Oh, it's so funny. I opened up to scan Option Hacker. Usually I open up to Stock Hacker. I just did it on my own. So you have Scan Option Hacker. You have Scan Stock Hacker. So all I have to do is go to Scan Option Hacker. And right now, let's see. And I can buy from right there too, by the way. You can buy right in the scanner. All right, the TOS. That's where I'm at. And just to show what he's talking about, I will detach this, and I'm going to move this over right here. And I can't show you how to get there because it doesn't allow me to bring that part over. But this is Option Hacker. You see on the top, Option Hacker, Thinkorswim. This is my scanner. set with 3.7 percentage, 45% minimum, just like I do my regulars, and watch it popularize now. And you'll see the first one, by the way, is a warrant. We do not trade warrants. The second one is the stock, and you can see it's number one being traded right now by option people on the internet. Okay, so it is number one. This is Option Hacker. Now, usually when I'm not doing it for options, I'll be doing it for stock. You just do Stock Hacker. So you'd be in Scan and Stock Hacker, and that is through Thinkorswim. Okay? Make sense? Yeah, in stocks too. But I don't know what you were talking about. Put intersect. What is intersect? That's what I'm not understanding. Is that something that's in here? I don't know what intersect is. Descending, let's see. Ascending, descending, sizzle index. I'm just not sure what you're saying. Optional underlying metrics. Okay. Oh, intrinsic. You have intersect. I don't see that in here. See, if I look in here, I see intrinsic. I don't know what intersect is. You'd have to tell me where it is and how to get there. At the top, yes. I don't understand. I still don't understand. At the top here. Oh, I never use these things. Intersect. Okay, got it. What do I see it. Now, what do I change it to? I don't understand. Category. Intersect. Clear filter. Mine says none. What should it say? Yes? It should say yes. Okay. It says none. But what should it say? If I open that up, Tommy, what should I put in there? How do I use the intersect? You mean so I have it, I can look on my watch list? I know I can use that to look at my watch list and go to intersect with optionable table 3. Where do I find it? You're going to make me pick, I know I'm asking a lot. Category, stocks with optionable. I'm not sure where to find it. I'm sure if I look for it, I will find it, but OP, what did you call it? Optional table 3. And then tell us why. Tell us why we want to use optionable table 3. RO, still don't see it. I'm going down the list. I don't see it. Lovers and lowers, pre-market, top 10, by industry. I don't see it. I don't know if I have to go into one of these and to open it. I'm not sure. With optionable. But where do I find the optionable? If I open this up, where do I find... Oh, all optionable? Is that it? Right there? All optionable. Category. Got it. Right there? All optionable. All right. Let's just say yes. So I got all optionable. Anything else? See, I can find these things today, and I hope other people in here are seeing this so they can learn how to set their option hacker. I teach you all how to do your stock hacker, but I never did this part. Scan all stocks. See, and you could change this. You could change this to your watch list. You can change this to probably the size of the stocks. So a lot of these things can be tweaked out to where you want. So GOV shows now. GOV. Well, GOV did show now. It was in here before. It's right there on the second. See, I can see it's 474 as they asked. So the price went down while I wasn't watching. And I know that. And I can click right in here. And I believe if I go here, it should open up and I can buy. And it says right there, 100 shares. That could be 100 contracts. 100. Buy 100. And that would be at the price, and you'd have to unlock it, which it is. Shows you the price. You can even add, if you want to here, you can add another section and put in stop loss. Fill. That shows earlier what I did. But I'm not going to play with this right now. I'm not buying anything. But you can buy from your scan, okay? You can buy from I want to show you something. You can buy from in here, okay? You can go here and say I want to buy it at 474 and then go send when it hits your price. And it will buy. This would be for 500 shares because it's set up for stock. So you can buy from the action trader. This is the active trader in here. You can buy from your level 2. You can buy in here. You can sell and buy. You can do if you do Right here you would be buying, right here you'll be selling, so you'll be borrowing, you'll be doing a short. You can do all these from your charts. You can also have them preset and go down to your buy custom, go across and open up, okay, for stocks. Or you can set up a new one. It's like this, and it'll bring it up, and I already have, it'll come up with a default of 3, all right? So what you do is you unlock it and lock it, and now 70, 60, 50, 45. So you change this to $4.45, and I would have a 25-cent stop loss. Then I can go in here and save this for later on. And once I save that, when I bring up what I showed you before, you already have it saved. I'm not going to utilize that. I already have it. Okay? But right now, if I hit this button and confirm, if I unlock it, it'll go to the actual price. If I confirm to send this, I will be buying 500 shares at $4.69 with a 25-cent stop loss. And this is how you set stop losses. You can do the same thing for options. You can set a stop loss before you buy that option, and it's already in play. You do not want to buy and then say, okay, I want to go put it in a stop loss after. By the time you do that, especially with stocks that are volatile, it'll move too quick and you can actually miss out on the trade. Okay, any questions? GOV. Are you still in that option? So it pulled back. Did you get out? Because now it pulled back that 20%. I know you said you sold half, I think. So you'll probably only be down about $10. Teletrader in 15,000 shares, short at 483. There you go, alerted. Now, for a lot of us, GOEV, it says hard to borrow in Thinkorswim. So it might be shortable, it might not. But if it's not, then you could always do a put. So like Taylor believes it's going to drop back down. He's in the 483. He probably has a stop loss around 495 if I'm not mistaken, right? And hopefully when it goes down, he's going to make a boatload of money like he usually does because he's a great trader. Good to see you, Taylor, if you're still here. And he's gone. He came in, said his piece, and he left. But Taylor Trader is a great trader who you can follow and absolutely make money on. Okay? So I'm just telling you, folks. You may not be able to do 15,000 shares like he does, but with an option, you can. So if you were to buy 15,000 shares right now, 15,000, okay, divided by 100 would give you 150 contracts. So right now, if you wanted to do 150 contracts on a put, okay, you just go into your options. It's set on not that one. Sorry. Let's get rid of that. You go into your options, okay, and right now, all right, puts. So you'd go for 450 at 31 cents, 150. Okay, so what it would be is 15,000 times 31 cents. That would be 150 contracts if you wanted to buy 15,000 shares. But if you can't afford that amount of shares and you say to yourself, I've only got $2,000 to trade with, I take $2,000 right now, okay, I divide that by 0.31, which is the cost. Let's make it a little higher, go 0.32 in case it changes. So I can buy 6,000 shares, believe it or not. And you divide that by 100 right now, you could actually buy with $2,000 62 contracts times 100 shares for $2,000. And that's how fast you can figure it out. You just take the amount of money that you can trade for a contract, divide that by the amount. This is out of the money, all right? But this stock does have to go 2 cents before you can break even, all right? But that's for a 450. Right now, where are we at? Yeah, 450. You would go for 450. So 31 cents divided by $2,000, it'll tell you how many shares. Then you divide that by 100, it'll tell you how many contracts. That's simple, okay? And you could buy it that simple, that quick. All right, I just can't do it and trade and moderate at the same time. I'm not that good yet. I'm not AK-47, who's got a lot more experience than I have, except he doesn't do options, and Deck, who also doesn't do options. I told Deck I'd teach him a little bit about options, but he chose to spend $100,000 to bring somebody in, and I'll tell you what, I'm going offline and I'm going to listen to that guy because I want to learn as much as I can on how to make the most amount of money, and that's why I'm here. Whatever I learn, whatever I find out before you find out, I'm trying to give it to you, okay? I'm an experienced trader with stocks, but not with options. And I will be truthful with you. But it doesn't mean I don't know a lot about it. But the more you talk about it, the more you ask questions, the more you're going to learn, and the more that you're going to succeed in this business, which is a very tough business. So, again, he said he bought 15,000 shares at 483. He's already up on a sell price of 475, 474. So he's up almost 10 cents. So he's up 1,500, what is it, 15,000 shares times 10 cents is 15,000 shares. Well, it's about $1,500. Am I correct? On 10 cents. How are we all doing today? Did anybody do any trading? I mean, I really missed out on the good one. And I was in. And I got out just to set up. I should have stayed. I should have left it alone. But that's the way it is, you know. I don't woulda, coulda, shoulda. It doesn't edify us anything. I love the way Taylor comes in. He just go, boom, this is what I did. But you see, when he does that, a lot of times, what he does is he says, I'm going to short at this price. Right before he does, it allows you to get in with him. I love that about him. I really do. The man is a mensch. Listen, he's a millionaire. He's got millions of dollars. And you know what, he's very humble, but he comes in and he's very helpful. Because he tells you ahead of time. Not like a lot of people who come in, they go, oh, well, I got 2,000 shares at $2.60. But you got that 10 minutes ago. Why didn't you tell us then? Stock's already up to $2.80. So what are you trying to do? Get me to push you up? I really have no respect for that. So, but there's a lot of good traders you can follow. Like Alex Vaughn is pretty good. Tim Z33, excellent. Very good trader, you know. But there's a lot. AK-47, he's pretty right on. Mel's gotten better. I straightened him out a little because he was doing kind of that. He didn't realize he was even doing it. He would just jump in and then tell you. I said, why don't you tell us while you're doing it? Right before you do it, tell us you're jumping in, you know. Because it gives us the edge. And like Deck does, he'll get in with a lot of shares. When Deck gets out, that stock price is going to change. So it can hurt you if you're a small guy. So he gives you the opportunity. He says, I'm going to get out at this price. So if you want to get out before me and take the gains, because when I get out, and I get out with 10,000 shares, it's going to drop that price. And he allows you to make that extra money. And that's big of him. Because a lot of times you got to realize Deck goes against the board. He'll come in and he'll say, let's take a vote. Where do you think the stock's going to go? And everybody says the stock's going to go up. And then it goes up and Deck shorts it already, which I always think is a little too soon. You don't know if that stock's going to even go a little bit more. Okay? So why not wait? Okay? But he doesn't. And then a lot of times he finds himself in a big hole, but he knows eventually it will come back down. But that's not the point. The point is we teach people to... If you're going to short a stock, you want to get as high as closest to the resistance point as you can get. If you're going to go long on a stock, you want to be low, and you want to get in as low and as close as the support level, which before I was at right here. Let's see, here it is. That's 424. I was watching it from here. From right around here is when I started watching this stock, or here. And I was just too busy. I was on the phones because of this house fire, and I got on FPL call. The electric company called me. Do they want to close the account? I said, definitely not. Please don't do that. Charge me the $10 a month for the next 6 months. Do not close it. We're going to have to do some work in there and then get people to come in and turn the electric on. You know, I don't want to do that. So once I get the house, re-inspected, and I'm thankful we just hit last night, thanks to AK-47, who brought us over the mark. And for those of you that don't know, I asked, please, whatever you can possibly give. We had a big house fire 3 weeks ago on Friday. It'll be 3 weeks tomorrow. And the house is still empty. Haven't even started any work doing anything. We've cleared out 2 rooms of garbage so far. The roommate did. He had people because we didn't even have the $15,000 yet to give to a company to clean it up, and we need to get personal stuff out first. So it's going to be a long road ahead of us. If you can help, do so. If you've already helped us, thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. I'm not coming in here and I don't moderate. I've been moderating since December, so I don't do this to try to go fund me. But if you can help, or if I've helped you and you just want to show your appreciation, that's it. I don't care if it's $10 or $50 or $100, whatever God leads you in your heart, that is all appreciated. It all adds up. people say, "Oh, I can only give $10." I'd rather not. Do it anonymously, whatever. But the point is, if 100 people gave $10, that's $1,000. So it all adds up, and we need as much as we can get. We didn't have insurance. Unfortunately, Citizens dropped our policy 3 months ago, and my son thought I took care of it, and I thought he'd take care of it because it's his house, and it didn't get taken care of. So we're in trouble. We need your help. All right, back to stock trading, because that's not what I'm here for. This is, I told you originally with GOEV, I said GOEV is going to hit $4.95, $4.97, $5. Maybe it goes to the 501 but it's going to hit $5, and it's going to pull back drastically because $5 was a really big resistance point. And if you remember, I put on the board when I said that. Let me go back. I said, where is it? What time was that at? 11:30 strike. Here it is. I said it at 12 o'clock, 36 minutes ago. Here, I'm going to copy it back and put it on the board. You remember? I said to you, $1, $10, and $5 is the hardest place for a stock to get to. And that's going to be heavy resistance for this stock. So be careful. Remember I said I'm not going to chase it at $4.80 anymore because it's going to hit $5 and it's going to pull back. And what did it do? It hit $5. It consolidated for about 5 minutes and then it pulled all the way back. And now we're almost to the VWAP. And we're back to where we started before. And it doesn't mean that the stock may not run again. But right now, until it reverses, I'm not touching it. Or anything else, for that matter. But I was right on. Now, PLRX on the other... Dex was talking about PLRX this morning. Anybody looking at that? This is amazing. Take a look at this. PLRX. I'm going to switch ships for a second. And if you look at PLRX over the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9... last 10 minutes, it's gone up 85 cents. Okay? Now, folks, I always say, stop looking for pennies and start looking for the points. Every point is $1. And there was a trader in here years ago that he went out on his own. It didn't really work out, but he used to tell me all the time. He used to go, my name was Scooter Pie back then. He used to go, Scooter Pie, stop looking for pennies and start looking for points. You're going to make money with the points. You'll make money with pennies. They all add up. Like I said, if everybody gave me $10, they're all going to add up. But the fact is, I'd rather have half a point, a quarter of a point, 3/4 of a point as often as I can get it. And that's what I try to trade for when I trade. I haven't been doing too good this week because I got too much on my mind and I probably shouldn't be trading. If you're not feeling right, don't trade. Do what I'm doing now. Help somebody else. Okay? So right now we see there's a nice pullback here. We pull back to the 13 EMA, 2046, 2050, and you can see there's a nice spread. Be careful. This is where your market movers make their money, right there. All right, now you got 15 cents. Now you got 13 cents. So you got to be careful. 12 cents. When it gets tighter together, there's a good chance this thing could run again. Okay, so keep an eye on this. It's a good stock to keep an eye on. Let's just see. I want to open up a little bit. And if I take it from here and I move it to right there, and then I go from this point here and I bring it to the $20.85, which is right there. Bingo. Okay, so you can see, and also I sometimes do this because when it's coming down, I drew another point right there and down to where it is here. And what I do is what I call my four corners. I'll show you. My four. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. If this stock ends up anywhere in here or here, okay? So if we end up in here, there's a chance it can go back up. If we end up in here and it goes across here, we're only hoping that it goes back up there. So right now we want to stay in this, what do you call that again? That corridor, that, I always forget that word and I need to write it down. That column where the stock is actually right now. If you look between here and here, staying in the green. And right now it's moving over and it's staying there, which shows me there's a good chance that it could end up squeezing up and going back up. I gotta write that word down. I always forget it. And it's not column, it's not corridor. It's when a stock's within a certain pattern going in that place. Please, somebody help me out. You always help me out. and somebody always gets it, and I promised to write it down. I'm going to write it this time if somebody gives it to me. What is it called? When a stock stays in a certain area as it moves up. Channel. Thank you. I'm writing it down. I got it. It's on a board in front of me. I'm not going to... I don't know why I have such a mind fart with that word. Channel. I wrote it down finally. I kept saying I'm going to write it down. Channel. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mainly Trades, by the way. Thank you. I did not... I know I sent you one, but I just want to thank you again for the help. I know what you did. Okay? I'm very aware. I know everybody who's helped me, except for one person. I'm not sure. There's some names in there I don't know, and unfortunately, only a few people put like Mainly Trades, or they put their thing so I could know who they are. You know, we don't know each other. We know each other by, you know me, Scooter Pie. You know me as Active Trader. How many people know my name is Michael Rudnick? You know, unless you go in now and you look online and you look, it says the funding is by my name. And this is a real deal. I would put 10, 15 pictures up there of the fire. Somebody said to me, like, well, how do people know it's real? You only put one picture. Anybody can put a picture of a fire. I have 10, 15 pictures of this house that I live in. My son lives in that, of all the pictures, but they only let you put up one. Adrian said to me, why don't you put them together? And there's a way through a Word document you can put them together so they can see like multiple pictures. I'm thinking of maybe doing that, but then what happens is that was the main picture with the main damage. You can't see it. They get smaller and smaller and you can't enlarge them. I guess this is something GoFundMe should work on. Make it better. I guess they don't want to eat up all that space on their service or however they do it. But right now we're still in the consolidation. We're still in the channel. I can see it written out. Thank you, Mainly. You got my back. So you can see right now it's crossed over. But where we really want it is above this line here. We want it in this angle here. And I've been drawing these kind of drawings for about 6 months now. And I've been able to predict many squeezes. And I saved a whole file of squeezes that did squeeze. And I'm about more than 90% of the time. But I always say if it gets in there and it looks like most of the time, like if we were in a squeeze where we had an ascending triangle, which we have, like here, that's not an ascending triangle. But it's ascending, and then if it came down and we had the ascending triangle, there's a time where it comes in here and they get narrower and narrower, and you know it's going to squeeze, but sometimes you don't know, depending on the stock and how far it's gone already, and the RSI, if it's going to squeeze up. Sometimes it's going to come down. And if you look here, I told you $5, bam, and how it shot down, okay? And this is on the 1 minute. But if we still look at the stock and we bring it to a 5 minute, we're still looking pretty good. Now you see the lines again? We're still in this upper character and it looks like it wants to squeeze up. So we are moving up slowly. We need this to get a little tighter in the price when the price is tighter. Now there are times when stocks are really moving, and if you look at the volume, like right now you only have 23,000, but sometimes the stock is moving so fast and it's moving so fast and there's 40-50 cent spread. There are times when they pull back a little, I jump right in, even with that much of a spread. So I get in with 500 shares and I'm down $200 the minute I get in. But when those things go up $1, $1.50, $2, they close it up, you make a lot of money. So that's all I'm going to say to you. You have to know the stock, you have to know the volume, and it's important to know the float on any stock. So what do I always say? The three most important things we need to know when a stock starts to move and the mob goes there. And you can see right there, I told you, let's go back to the 1 minute. I told you, when it gets into that point, okay, it can do one of two things. It can squeeze up. We wanted it up here. It never made it. It got tight. It never made it. It came down below. And in here, okay, this can either be a point to rebuy into the stock if I believe that PLRX. But why is PLRX moving? Okay. It had some stuff in it there yesterday, but it said shares are trading lower after the company announced the pricing of its upsized underwritten public offering. So there's no reason for this stock to even go up, except that traders were looking for something to trade. So at this point, I don't think I would gamble on the fact that this thing may go back up. Truthfully, as at 2085, this it would have been a great short. And on TOS, it says hard to borrow, but I think this stock may be shortable. Okay, on Thinkorswim. Anybody here short this stock when it got up there? CLNN. If you want, I'll take a look over because nothing's happening with this anymore. I'll have to do it on a different. I see it's number 1. Okay, so there's CLNN. It is moving. All right, and you can see here twice. It went up. That's a doji. Came up real high, pulled back. So your real price is about 370. Pulled down a little and sprung forward. Pull back, spring forward. Love the setup. I really do. You know. Now I'd like to see the volume is only. You see the volume here. The volume's lower. 9,000, 125, 41,000, 138. So there's somebody here with between 100 and 200,000 shares that is manipulating this stock. But that's fine. Doesn't mean you can't make money on this stock. All right. So everything then comes down to timing. All right. Your timing is everything. Make sure that you have a stop loss if you do go in, because it's going to pull back. Now, if it's sold, it's over 375. This may be very similar, CLNN, to GOEV, except when GOV went to $5, we want to see if this thing can make it to $4. But if it gets to $4, again, this thing might pull back. You got to be careful. Or it might go further. Let's see what it did in the past. This has a 52-week high of 1396. We now have over 10 times would be 2. We have 100 times, about 80 times the volume. We have 24 million right now, okay? And CLNN does have a float of 15.7 million. So it's not the largest, but it's not the smallest. And as far as the filing, there was Klein reports significantly decreased mortality in rescue ALS long-term open label extension trial. So some sort of a trial. I don't know what phase they're in. It's important. If it's in phase 1, it's so-so. Phase 2 is even better, but phase 3 is the best. But right now it says extension of a trial. Okay? So I don't know what the reasoning. You'd have to read the news to really know, and then to see how good that news. When I look at the stock, this happened 6 hours ago. Okay? This news happened 6 hours ago. And this stock didn't. Let's see what happened. Let me get up to. Oh shoot, my mouse is on. I have this what's called mouse extension. Oh, wrong one. Okay, sorry. I have 2 mice. I pulled the wrong one. All right, so it did. So 6 hours ago would have been like in pre-market. So this thing happened in pre-market. It didn't really happen in Well, here's pre-market. Yeah. Here's your low. It went up. That was about 8 o'clock this morning. Came back down. It did go back up again. It hit 388, which probably was a high around there. 389, 388. It chopped again, and now it did hit 4. I didn't know that. All right, so $4. So we didn't get it again. There's your 383. Isn't that amazing? 383, and if you look back, $4, 388. So you can see, and even here, 388, 388, 383. This is your resistance point. So this stock had a lot. It's tried once, twice, 3, 4 times, and bam, it's not holding, and it's pulling back. So it was good if you got it. If you had announced it over here, since it had already gone up from here to here, and you had announced it at 1241, you put it on the board at... Actually, you did. You put it in a real good bird dog. It was actually a very good call. I wasn't watching. 1238, you put it on the board. It was a perfect time. So if I look at 1238... It was moving a little. Here it is on 1237.28. It pulled back when you announced it, which is fine. And if we follow it right here, that was a good. It was a good run. So you actually, that was a very good alert, bird dog. Good call. I'm not always watching because I'm doing something else, and that's why I have to have 2 monitors set up with the, with this thing, and then 1 if I want to get in and buy. I was watching CLNN this morning. Yeah, I did have it in here. I was watching it this morning, but I did not get in. I really haven't gotten in anything today because I haven't. Now I've got you in front of me. I've got you over here to the right, and then I got 2 other monitors there. So that's why it's important to have a lot of monitors, because you just never know what you need to use them for, especially if you're moderating. That's why I keep my 4th monitor. I don't really use that much. I have 3, and it's plenty for me. It works fine. I know there are some people in here, they can actually trade 5, 6, 7, 8 stocks at a time. Kudos to you. That's a lot, okay? You're good. You got to be good to do that. I have actually never traded more than 2 stocks at one time, and I have done that several times. It's just not something I do all the time. I'm just going to pull off my lines on PLRX, because if I don't, they're going to be there forever. I'd rather withdraw them if something starts happening. But right now, let's see. I have my own watch list, and if I pull up my scanner real quick just to see what's going on, I like to do that once in a while, many times a day. Here we go, and this is my options hacker. I wonder if I can change from here. I cannot. Okay, all stocks. It's probably the same anyway. It shouldn't really make a difference. Let's see. Oh wow, there's nothing in here. Let me just see something real quick. In here I have, wow, stock hacker. And let me take these check marks off. 4.10, 45,000. Let me see what comes in. Oh yeah, there's a difference. You still have CLNN. So if right now I took, let's detach this. Now this is my stock. That's, you're seeing that the option scanner. This here is a stock scanner, okay? And you can see right now there's a lot more populates in here than in the option scanner, because not every stock in here has an option, and that's what's good about the option scanner. And I'm glad he brought that out to me. I didn't even realize it, because a lot of times you're just looking for stocks with options. All right, and I have put in which ones are easy to borrow. With options, that doesn't matter because you can do a put, and I have the RSIs that tell me how high. So I look at stock like FFE. This is actually a warrant, but FFIE is probably high. It's a stock that might be able to be shorted, okay, which I can't do, but I could with an option. All right, I always put them from high to low, and in the mornings I do high volume. These are your high volume, TLRY. Oh, that's why somebody mentioned pot before, because I saw marijuana up there before. TLRY is your marijuana stock, and it's up today about 10%, which is like, woohoo, big deal. You know what I mean? I remember this stock was, you know, making money, and it was sitting at $3, and I was trading it at $17, $14 to $25. So the pot market's it's up in smoke as far as I'm concerned. I did a conundrum. All right, so if I want to get a little bit more, I can tweak this out, bring these down to 4%, okay, and I can also bring this down right here and make that 40,000. All right, delete, and now I can repopulate, and it should bring me a few more stocks in here. Don't make a liar out of me. Come on, I'm trying to teach these people something. If it doesn't come up too quick, just click, unclick, and do it again. Boom. Wow. Unbelievable. It should have opened. I don't know why it's having a problem. Let me try it below. Probably because I have so many. There it goes. And it just brought me one or two more. It didn't really make that much of a difference. Okay? And it still comes in order. So you can see right now CLNN, CLVR. There's really not much happening. It's all within pennies. This here CLNN was the pullback. Right now, it might pop up again right now. Keep an eye on that. KOPN was open at 128. It's not really doing much. Here, you see, you got to look at the open, look where you're at. And if there is no real big reason for a stock to open, it might be a shortable for you. You can always think about shorting it back at the end of the day, or doing it now, so by the end of the day you can make some money. And I don't see very much going on here, and none of these stocks are shortable. Any of them, none of them. There's maybe one or two hard to borrows, not even that. So really nothing going on in the scanners right now. So I'm going to minimize that. I'm going to minimize that. I'm back to my chart, and I'm on CLNN, and I told you it might pop up, and it just went from 368, it went up about 6-7 cents. All right, how are we doing? Trade. How can you tell if someone is manipulating the stock? That's a good question. What I look for is the amount of shares being traded and how it's moving. Also, you got to know what the I think we said that this was what? CLNN was 15,000. Is that correct? Let me just see something. Let's put interest. Hold on. I don't need this. Let me get rid of this. And this one here, HTGM, I don't really need that. I'm looking for CLNN. I think I said it was 15,000. Here it is. I got it. I think I said it was 15,000. It wasn't too large. It wasn't too small. It's 15,000. 15.77. I got a good memory. So you got to look at the size of the size, and then what's important. Like right now, I see 30. Look below my mouse. You see my mouse on the top there? See, it says 3,200. That right now, that's what's being traded. There's no way, even with the stock in an upward position, am I going to jump in. Why? Because if I go in 500 shares right now, and the guy who's manipulating the stock, look at the size: 5,000, 50,000, 30,000. So somebody here has got between 50 and 100,000 shares. that they're holding, and it's enough to move this stock. So the other is just little small people jumping in with him. So if you see a stock go like this, let's say 34,000, it could have been one person doing 25,000. That's manipulated stock. This is a manipulated stock. So right here, it looks like it wants to go up, and if I jump in trying to make it go up, this guy drops it. He can hit a button and drop 50,000 shares with one button, boom, and hit a. So go sell, buy. It's already set in function keys into a box. Go sell, buy. That quick. And if you have a stop loss, he just took you out of your stop loss. He took your money. That's a manipulated stock. Does that answer your question? And you know what? For the first time, I was so glad to hear. I was sitting in AK-47's room, and I actually heard him talking about stocks that were being manipulated. And I've never heard him talk about that. And I talk about it all the time. I've never heard Deck talk about market manipulated stocks. I talk about it all the time. Why? Because I'm sick and tired of going. Look at it go up right now. Boom, boom, boom. Okay? I'm sick and tired of going in and have it drop on me. Okay? I know they're watching me. Right here, 77,000 shares. Before, 11,000. That's all it went. You see? 77. So what would you have made? From there, it went in. Figure you got in at about. You really don't want to get into the second green. That's about 374. And all it went up to is about 380. It looks like a lot more. Remember, the size of a candlestick has nothing to do with the amount of shares traded. It has to do with the opening price and the closing price. You got that? With that, I'm going to drink some more coffee. Now, if I look at this stock right now, that's a 1 minute, okay? But if I put it to a 3 minute, you can see it's still really consolidating. It's back into that channel. Remember the channel we talked about before? So if I go and I put, let's say, here's my high of the day is $4, right? So I take the 4, boom. And now here's my next high right there. That was 384, I believe, and that is correct. Boom. Okay. And then I can take from let's say here, the bottom. That's a high point on the bottom. And I put that up to one of those points there. And what it tells me, it looks like this stock's, it's too wide of a channel. It's getting closer and closer. And then if you look at here, it's getting tighter and tighter. This stock's going to do one of two things. It's coming to a point, but you see it's declining. You see the line is more going down instead of going, let's say, from here to up here, where it's going up. So we have a declining, which means we have a descending triangle. All right? So if I was to guess, and I could be wrong, but if I was to guess, when it gets in here and it squeezes, there's a good chance. There's a better chance that it goes down than it goes up. We just have to wait and see. There's no way to know this. It depends what the market manipulator has got in his mind. Now, if I go down a little closer to 2 minutes, let's go back to the 1 minute. You'll see now. You see it? You got 3 down. So like I said, I couldn't even see that. But that's why I was telling you, from what I could see, it looks like it was going to go down more than go. And that's why we changed time to see. If I look on an overall of 5 minutes, it still looks like we're in that channel. We don't know. You got a doji here. You got a higher shadow. What's a higher shadow usually tell you? It tells you that a stock is probably going to reverse. If a stock's going to reverse, it's going to come down. When we go back to the 1 minute, you can see the reverse. It's already happening. You just couldn't see it on the 5 minute. You just saw the doji. Now you understand how to read shadows. I could be wrong. It could go. We still got more time. This thing could still pull back. Right now we're at the 13. That 13 EMA. Now the stock is still bullish because it's above the VWAP. And it's still, now it's bearish because it just went below the 13. So it's still bullish above the VWAP, but bearish below the 13. We want to keep this thing above the 13. It's almost like another VWAP. All right? And I'm missing something in here. Wow. Let me just do something real quick that should be in here that I don't see. I'm going to go into my VWAP for a second. Where is it? Close. Here we go. Right here. And my upper band and my lower band are missing. Boom. Boom. Okay. And say okay. Now, I'm going to show you what that does. I'm going to have 2 more lines. This is my upper band right here. That's a VWAP upper band. Okay? And sometimes you'll see, if you go back, you'll see this stock, when it got to $4, it was right on that upper VWAP band. And a lot of times, stocks will
run to that upper band, but when they drop, sometimes they'll drop to the lower band. And we never got that low. We got close. You see? Here's your lower band. There's your lower VWAP band right there. So it didn't hit it. So it's more closer to the upper than it was to the lower. But right now, the stock's pulling back like I said it would. If it didn't hold, that's what it was going to do. And you don't have it. You can look now, the volume is dropping. So that person is saying, you know what? I can't get it up. I need to either pull it back to spring forward. So he's doing a small amount at a time. He's manipulating that stock. He gets people to go back in. He can take your money. He can drop it in a second. These people, these traders, they're smart. Right below how did you get your volume on that line? Right there. Oh, sometimes if you cannot see it, you just have to open this up over here. Just go like this and make this smaller, and it may be hidden. And it may be hidden because your monitor is too small. Usually people who have larger monitors can see it, and people with smaller monitors, it's hidden. I didn't put it there, it's just there. Does that answer your question, Rio? And you can see right now, if you look at it, all right, it disappears when I go here, but you can see 13,000, 15,000, 54,000. So 15 and 54, 64, that's 70. 85, just round it off. 85 and 50 is 135. That's what we had before when we figured it out. It was about 135,000. So I'm telling you, there's somebody here that's probably holding about between 100 and 125,000 shares. They have the max of those shares, and they can manipulate the stock because they have the majority of the shares. If you have money, you know, like people that have $1 million can manipulate a stock. It's amazing. The more money you have, the more money you make. So when you have somebody who puts up $1 million and he loses $5,000, do you think $5,000 on a $1 million account makes a difference? But $5,000 on a $25,000 or $50,000 account makes a big difference. That's 10%. $5,000 on a on a $1 million account is what? 0.0005. It's not even there. You know what I'm saying? It's so little it doesn't matter. Okay, and that's why people like Taylor, they want to control their own money and they don't want to use options, because then they might put too much out there and they might use a little bit more, and if it goes the other way, you know they can lose a lot more money. Options can be scary. So unless you put in some sort of a stop loss, you could get hurt. And if you have a small account, you only have so much money to work with. It's better to get out and take a smaller loss than take a huge loss. So make $200. Use less shares and do more options. Do more contracts over spread time. So what I'm saying is, instead of doing 10 contracts, do 5. Then you can trade 10 times a day. If you do 10, you can only trade 5 times a day. If you do 20, you can trade 2 times a day. You know, it's all in perspective. You want to get in and get out and make your money and call it a day? You can be out of here by 10 o'clock. You know, if you do the right call. If you don't, you'll be chasing it for the rest of the day. Does this make sense to people here? Okay, does it make sense? And right now, again, CLNN, if I look at my watch list, just to see, my watch list has all the up-to-date stocks there. And you can see right here, GOEV is still number 1. CLNN is number 2. That's the percentage that the stock moved for the day. It doesn't necessarily move. I'd have to go to my scanner to actually see. Okay, here's my stock hacker, option hacker. I love that. I didn't even know that. Now it makes sense. It'll only pull up the ones that have options. That's fantastic. Okay, and if I rescan, and I rescan every 10-15 minutes. That's how traders are able to come in here and throw. Like somebody asked me this morning, how do you find these stocks so quick? Scanners. Okay, take that off. I thought it was going to come back that quick. CLNN, number 1 stock that traders are actually trading right now. Over the day, 25 million. Next step, CLVR. Okay, but it opened at 99. It's a bid and ask. It's a pennies. It's pennies. Nothing is happening. You trade stocks that are that cheap, unless they're really, really moving. And of course, this is still lunchtime. A lot of people are out eating right now. They're not trading. So sometimes it's just better just to sit on your ass and do nothing. Sit on your hands. Don't try to make things happen that aren't happening. Okay. Like here, this stuff's not moving. I look at high, last, and bid. 655, it's not moving. 283. There you go, 14.10 cents. There's nothing that is really going. Okay, yeah, this opened nicely and it already did its thing. It's not moving. Nothing is moving on this scanner. I would just sit there and take a break. And right now we got to wait till this comes back into this angle here, or when this moves over, that it gets into here. Okay, so as long as it stays below these angles here to here is good. Here is great. Anything up here is very good. Here is good. Here is good. This is bad. So you can see, and that's the way I draw my things and how I look at it, and I know when a stock is going to squeeze or not. And I have never seen many other people. I must have seen somebody do this once in a video that I seen online, because I did not see this in TradeCaster. This is my own thing from here. I don't know where I got it from. I know. I don't want to mention names. Deck was listening to me the other day, and I just mentioned something because there was a free trade book, and I mentioned this person's name, and he goes, "Don't do that." You know, like that was the only thing I listened, and everything was great. And you're doing a great job, but don't mention that guy. I go, okay. I don't even think I was the one that brought it up. I brought up the free book by the professor, and somebody else said, "Well, there's another free book by blah 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 blah," and I, Deck got a little winded on it, and it's okay. I wish he'd fire me. I need a break. I do. I'd love to take a month off. And I think at the rate the stock market's going, I might just take a month off and take care of this house. Maybe the month of August. It's very slow in the markets this time of year anyway. It is. And like somebody said this morning, they said, they were talking about whether or not, they asked a question, and they said, well, do you think that the S&Ps are going to go down? Do you think that the SPY is going to go any lower? And you know what? Hell yeah. And I said to him, my question to him was, do you see the economy getting better or worse over the next 3 to 5 months? What is going to change in this administration that they're going to change their thinking to make our economy better? They could, like that. He could unsign that thing he did for the pipeline. He could start producing oil, okay, that we could actually be selling to other countries instead of going out and begging other countries to produce more oil. Why should they when they know we can produce oil? Isn't that like stupidity? Isn't that like a slap in the face? I mean, they hate him. They hate him in Saudi Arabia. And we should hate them for what they did to us. But you know what? That's over. It's done with. We've moved on. And to come back and say they're a bunch of murderous tyrants, which they are, the way they treat women, whatever. You know what? It is what it is. But we still need to keep our enemies close to us. Don't tell them that they're murderous. We need to keep our enemies close to us, not far away, that we don't know what the hell's going on. So, why would this economy get any better? No, I think the SPY is going to drop eventually. I think we'll see 320 by the end of the year. Does anybody feel the way I do? Do you think that we'll see the economy get worse? Do you think we'll eventually see gases go back up? I mean, the man's giving away our reserves. Trump built it up and he's giving it away. That's what kept us strong. That's what will make us weak. They're trying to allow this country to be taken over by a third world country. They are. They're trying to ruin this country, and we need to stop it. And if not, we need to make as much money, that we can hold on to so we can get through those times. This is going to be tough times ahead. Does anybody else feel that way? How are you all doing trading today? Anybody do any significant trades? I talked about politics and 2 people dropped off. Bye. I'm sorry. There's not a lot going on right now, folks. There just isn't a lot going on right now. I can't make things happen that aren't happening. And let's see. So I want to see something real quick.
You get going again. I'll go back to FFI.
Okay, he's all over the place too. He's going to go. Remember before I said FFI, it was the stock worth looking at. Let's see what's going on with that right now. FFIE. You agree. Good. I'm glad somebody agrees with me, because I think that's really the way it is. I don't want to be right. I wish I was wrong. I wish I was totally wrong, Let me see if FFIE is in here. EF, I think I took it out because nothing was happening with it. I go through my watch list daily in the morning, and if it's got really low volume, I take it out because I'm forever adding things in. So I'm going to put it back in, and it's in the green. So let's just bring up FFIE for a second. There's nothing. This stock, I don't even know what he's looking at. This stock is in a consolidation. It was good this morning. You can see where this stock, if I take it to, let's see, you can see where this stock went up. And if I bring it a little closer together so you can see the whole board, you can see this stock where it went up, it went down, it came. You know what? It goes up, springs back, spring forward, came back, went up. It built higher lows up to this point, and then from there, it's going back down, and it's building lower lows. So why would I want to touch this stock unless it's hard to borrow? There's a chance that I could short it, but if I was going to short this stock, I would have done it $1 ago, 80 cents ago. So I'm not going to chase it now because I don't know. We're at the VWAP already, so I don't know. I don't see the appeal of FFIE at this point. Does anybody see it or not see it? I mean, probably if I'm betting, I'm a betting person. Where did it start off this morning? And why did it move? You see right here, $5.83. And let's see, news, 712. There's no news. It's 2 days old. So there's nothing here. It's just because it was running the other day, this stock may still go down a little lower. It could come back to probably about 585, probably end of day. That's what I see. And that'll change the VWAP. It will end up getting lower. Any other stocks anybody wants to look at? We got GOSS. Let me just go through my watch list real quick. I'm not going to bring the watch list on there just so it won't resize. We got GOSS. Same thing. Very, very, very similar setup. Look, watch this. I'm going to go back to FFIE. Watch this. Pretty much the same setup, okay? Doing the same thing. And like I said, FFIE, I said I was betting it would probably come below the VWAP. There it is. Just as I clicked out of there, it went down. See? It's a good thing. You learn to look at your charts and read them. This stock here, QRTEB, this is a stock that jumps out of nowhere and jumps up out of nowhere for no reason at all, okay? And it may have something to do with the Twitter, the airlines. I don't even know what it does. Karate Retail, okay? But I still have it in my watch list. I'll hold on to it a little longer. The next one is GOSS. That was the one we're looking at. It just happened to jump above. They're going back and forth. That's why it ended up on my list that way. SISI, this stock is dead. It died. It did have some Wise Congra brands dropping by more than 8%. Now, it's a stock I can't short, so to tell you the truth, I'll take it out of my watch list. And then I got GOEV again, and I got the other one, is CLNN. Other than that, this is the only stock that maybe, I don't know if it has, let's get out of there, 10,000. It has very, very low, and you can see where the lines are now, okay? I still have that same line. Look at this, from here, all right, down to here. Remember, I drew it when it was about over here. See how it's moved? It's still in that decline. And this is still below. I told you we want to be here or we want to be here. But we don't want to be here. So I'm not going to go after this stock right now. I'm going to hold on. And if I was to rebuild my lines, okay, I'd leave the top one. It's still correct. I would take this drawing off. And I might go from, let's see, here's the lowest point is about here. I go from here and to where it's at right now. Boom. So you can see now everything's changed. All right. So we either going to stay here, and otherwise it's going to drop below the VWAP, or it's going to have to get tighter and tighter. We only have a penny difference as time goes on. We're on a 1 minute, and we'll have to see if it's going to go and squeeze up. It's still early. It's only 1:14, so we still have to come out of lunch period. So for right now, I think that we're good. I don't think there's anything we need to be doing right now. Anybody have any questions, any concerns, anything you want me to go over? You want me to shut up? I know I can talk. Let's see. What was I going to show you? Oh, I know. Okay, just going to put it on the board. I do this for Deck. I'll do it for me. If there's any questions, any concerns, anything you want to go over, anything you want to talk about, now's the time. Otherwise, I'm going to take a 5-minute break. All right, that's up to you guys. If nobody pops on the board and says something, I'm going to take 5. I've been going since 11:40, 12:40, an hour and a half without a break. I got those young guys beat out. Let's see. He's gone already. He's gone. I just looked. He does that all the time. He's been in since 11:46 this morning. Let's see, 11:46. Yeah, I've been in this morning since 11:40. I've gone straight through, and he has taken about 3 breaks because I've gone in there a few times while I've been talking to you. I go in, I go out, I go in, I go out, and he's not there. He's gone. So, and Deck, I know he's gone. Yeah, I'm looking in there. He's gone too. So just a little peek back and forth. All right, so I'm going to take my first break. How's that? Anybody got any objections? All right, 5 minutes. Why don't we all take 5 minutes? Go refresh your drink. Take 5. Mainly, thank you again. I really, really appreciate you. I do. You know, I would appreciate you either way. You're always there. Even if you have the old Motorola. By the way, I got to tell you a funny story. Years ago, I used to trade back in the 80s, 1980s, 1990s. Okay, I used to trade 1980s. I used to trade these two stocks all the time. I traded them because my sister was in the electronics business. Motorola was one of them, and the other was Sensomatic. Sensomatic has a new name now. They were bought out. They're still a huge company. But Sensomatic and Motorola, and I made a shitload of money in the 80s on those two companies. So when I see that M, I always think about those little beepers, because back I'm older than probably you, but I remember the beepers when we were kids growing up, and everybody had a beeper, and they had the big M on it. They were Motorola beepers. Okay, I'm going to take 5. All right, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll leave the microphone so you can hear that I'm not doing anything to my nostrils I shouldn't, which I never would anyway. Okay. Oh, geez, I'm tired. Okay, I'm coming back. I'm on my way home. I'm going home. Wait. Okay. What I did is I decided to skip lunch. But not entirely. I am eating a Georgia, I don't know what these are, peaches? Oh my God, these are not peaches, these are, got the shiny nectarine, I don't know what they call these things. They're so good. Look at the SPY. The SPY just jumped the last 2 minutes, third minute, just jumped from 373 to 374, just went $1. So maybe that's good sign. GME, I guess Deck was here when I took my break. GME, huge following. Still stick to the chart. Love the higher lows, but the daily chart. It probably went up because of the SPY going up. Man, it's just juicy. Holy cow. I don't even have GME in my watch list. I don't really watch it anymore. It was intense stock, you know, back in its day. My mouse still good? Hold on. Make sure my battery didn't die. No, it's still good. I use a wireless mouse, but I keep extra batteries right there. Okay, GME. GME. Okay. What do I have? No, I don't. GME. Just for... It's not in the plus. What the heck is it? GME is. Oh yeah, it is. It's in the green. There it is. There it is. Okay. Yeah.
It's expensive stock.
GME is a stock I think that has options, but it's too risky. Oh my god, it's delicious. It's like. Mm-mm. Really, I should have taken the pit off and put it in my juicer. I think it was like juice. Alright. I'm back. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. I never really take a break, you know. Alright. I am here. I just got off for 1 second. Oh yeah, one more second, and I'm back. I'm back. Let me just wash my hands. There's nothing worse than a sticky mouse. Every day I have to take a shot of Anoro to keep my lungs open. I found it's better to take it in the morning than at nighttime. At nighttime I get too much dry mouth and I wake up with, I always have to keep so much water by my bed. Don't get old, folks. I'm telling you right now, don't do it. Getting old can be very unpleasant at times. And too many doctor visits. All right. Oh, that came in with a second one, huh? CLVR. Good. Well, that's what we were watching before, right? Let me go back. CLVR. Let's see. Is that in my chart? It is not. Let's see. I don't know where he comes up with some of these. If I don't see them in the scanners, yeah, but it's in the green, so it's good. See, oh, it's number one right now, so it must have popped up. $1.33. Very affordable stock. CLVR. I am not too far behind you. I turned old last year. Is that 50 or 60? I will be 68 years old. 60. Yeah, you're getting there. I'll turn 68 in what do you call it? November. And I had a good life. I mean, I used to own 2 pawn shops, and I had a lot of money in my 40s. I did very well. And I was married, and I had a beautiful house, and I paid for my house, and my wife got real greedy and crazy, and she freaked out, and she stole everything from me. And I lost everything. And I even ended up in jail for a little short spin because of this marriage thing, and I lost everything. I came out and I had to start my life over with $25,000 when I had over $1 million. Over $1 million. And it was really tough. And I did. I own my own condo today, but I don't have a lot, and I lost some money in the markets. You know, I've been up and down and up and down. And really, the real deal is, I mean, I know how to trade, and I know how to teach you how to trade. And I've helped over 30, 40 people in these rooms to become really successful traders. They'll tell you. And I go back 3 years talking to over 150 traders in these rooms. And, but I've had some tough times. I've had tough financial times. And then we're in a tough economical time right now. Good thing is my condo is paid for, but I still got insurance. I still got other stuff. Still got maintenance. I live in a condo. Live on a golf course. I watch these fools try to get there to hit this little ball into a smaller hole. It's a lot of fun watching. I teach golf from the 7th floor on a golf course. So it's fun. Dealing with life and adversity, coming out, Yeah, you know, that's right. I was on the bottom. I was in what they call, but you know, when you talk about from the Bible wise, I found myself in a wilderness, you know, and I you know what? Instead of getting angry that I went to jail for something I didn't do for a while, I just said, you know what? It was God's way of sparing my life. I could have been in a bad car accident, come out maimed. I took a negative and turned it into a positive, and I took what I learned, and I took what I had before, and I just came out and helping others. I even started going into the jails for almost 5 years after probation was over, and I brought meetings in for Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, and I did for church, for local churches. I brought meetings in. I loved it. You know, I went and talked to people, and they told me I was one of the even the deputies told me in there. They said, you're one of the best speakers we've ever had in there. Consistently, I used to go every Thursday from 7 to 8 o'clock. That was my slot. That was my time. I went to a Stockade jail right here near my house, and that was my deal. And finally, I stopped. I said, you know what? It's time to let somebody else do it. You know, and I learned a long time ago, I can't keep what I got unless I give it away. Somebody asked me last night. He goes, I'd really like to book some time with you, and talk to you. And I said, you know, right now, you were there for me. I'm here for you. You know what? I haven't charged anybody. I know some of the people in here is a business like AK and Deck, and you can pay him $100 an hour. You can pay AK $66, and they're well worth it. And I'm well worth whatever I would charge. But the fact is, right now, and I need money, but I just feel that sometimes if you give, you get. You know, and maybe I'm not getting what I really deserve, and maybe I'm not getting. I mean, I feel there's a lot of people here I've helped, and I need help right now. I'm really in a bad way because my son let the insurance lapse, and I can't afford to fix the house. I really can't afford to fix it right now. I'd have to stop trading and take the money out of this account, and then how do I get it back? I'd have to sell the house. Until then, I'm done. I'm done here, and I don't want to do that. You know, I don't think it's fair to me because he screwed up. So he's without a home right now, and I wouldn't bring him back in this house. You know, it's hard enough to get rid of our kids. The last thing we want to do is put them in the basement, and I don't have a basement. I have a condo. So, you know. So, and I'll tell you something else. This Saturday, I went to, my wife wasn't feeling good, and I brought her to an MD Now clinic. They're good. They're good doctors. They're good clinics. So it's better. It's cheaper than even on your. I have insurance, but it's Medicare. It's cheaper than going to a hospital and paying them $100 and something. You pay $35 your deductible. So we went there and I sat down. And I was helping her fill out. And well, what's that under my ass? And somebody dropped a wallet, and there was over $200. Are you all still here? Reconnection successful. Okay, you're here. You're here. So anyway, I went up to the lady at the desk and I said to her, I only pulled out the ID of the wallet. I said, this person here might be a patient here. Are they still here? Can you check? And she said, I think so. I said, well, have them come see me. And they came out, and I said to the guy, a young kid, about 21 years old. I said, is this you? He goes, yeah. I go, I put it with his wallet, and I put it back in. I go, this is your lucky day. Didn't even take $1. I should have told him I have a GoFundMe. Can you GoFundMe now? The guy just says, thank you, man. Thank you. Walks away. It's like not like, wow, man, I can't believe it. My whole paycheck was in there. It looked like he had his whole paycheck, you know. But that's the way I am. I'm honest today. No matter what my needs are, it's like I would never take from somebody else. It's just not who I am. And you know what? And I said to my wife, what comes around goes around. And the truth is, somebody in this room, they came and called me up. They had my phone number, and they hit me and they said, oh, I've been traveling and blah, 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 and I'd like to help. And can you send me the link again? And I did, and then about a half hour later, he goes, you know, I just stopped somewhere and I took care of it. And it was the largest donation that I've received in one donation. So there are some really, really good people in here, I have to admit. You know what? And it's not that you have to top him or be bigger or better. It's a matter of that sometimes we all need to help each other. You know what? You give a little, you get a lot. That's just the way my philosophy's always been. Okay, 22 of you. Look at this stock CLVR. It's not running much. Do I want to chase this stock? Deck put it out here. What did he say? Lunch hour spiker, no news. I'm seeing what means match for short once momentum shifts. Okay, so what we have is a pump and dump, right? And the question is, do I want to chase a pump and dump? And here's the reasoning. If I look at the stock right now, it's been pumping since right here, 98 cents at 11 o'clock. It started to move slowly. You see how sporadic in here? If you look at the volume, 60,000, 14,000, 5,000, Look at this. These little ones, 55. Look at the size of this. Nothing. 55,000. So it did have volume. Then it pulls back, comes down here back to 108. That would have been a great buy right there. And there's your TTM squeeze. Says to buy it. It told you to buy it here too. But here, you already had some movement. It told you to buy it. If you got in by the second green, my philosophy, the way I learned is, after all the shorts get out, the next green you see is them fulfilling the shorts, okay? Then the next green is it going up. So you go to the second green, and when the second green is just about above over the right, that would have been about 110. You could have got in the stock. But from 110, you would have got to 130. So it's only 20 cents, and you don't know where it's going to go. This stock is not moving a lot. It's moving from 130 down to 117, back to 130, back to 122, up to 133, now 135. Is it worth the risk? That's what I have to say to myself. If I get in now and go 500 shares, because if I go any less than 500 shares, am I going to make any money? And if I go 500 shares and it only goes 10 cents, I'm only going to make $50. There's a greater chance that the stock could fall back. Maybe it's being manipulated. There's less than 100,000 per candlestick being played. We know that there's no news. Well, cannabis. It's another cannabis. This is actually Dex wrong. There was something to do with cannabis earlier because we saw TLRY. So CLVR is another. It's leaves. It's another cannabis, CBD cannabis stock. So even if it's not this company that's having the real news, it's a sympathy play to the industry. And that's why it's moving. But the question is it worth the risk for making 5 to 10 cents on the amount of money? I say no. Because I'm learning more and more that I'm trying to find stocks that are going to move part of a point, not pennies. If you look for pennies, you might lose dollars. And that's the way I look at it. Okay? And does anybody here agree with that? Do you understand that kind of logic? Why? Forget that it might be a pump and dump. I think it's a sympathy play. If I go and I look on the bottom here, there's news, okay? Earlier, Germany moves ahead with plan to legalize cannabis. There you go. It's all about Germany, cannabis. Now, if the United States does that, we can ship now over out of the country because you have to go through customs, and still marijuana is considered class 1 drug, believe it or not, in this country, like heroin. The fact is, if you move a lot bigger quantities, you can go away for trafficking, though it might be legal within the state that you're in. Some states it's legal, and some states it's not. All right, and the only reason they can sell CBD, as long as it's under a certain percentage, because if it doesn't have THC, then it can move. It's THC is considered the drug in marijuana, as far as I know. And I don't know if any of you ever smoked it. For me, I just don't like it. It makes me paranoid. I feel like you're watching me. You are watching me. See? No, I don't do any drugs. I don't drug. I don't drink. I live a clean life. A good life. Anyway, here we are, back to $1.40. So what did it move? Right here, you got in, like I told you before, about $1 second green, 130. It's gone 10 cents. What did it do from here? 125. So maybe 15 cents. But once it got up and it started to retract, you probably would have gone out. Unless you're looking at a 5-minute. Let's look at it on a 5-minute. Okay? And right now, it looks like it's climbing, but it's so sporadic in between. I just don't like the whole setup on it. And I know the things that go from 98 to 140 usually come crashing back down to $1.10, $1.05. So even on a 3-minute, let's see, 3-minute. I mean, you can see it did build higher lows. It did build higher lows, but do you trust it? Is it worth the risk? Anybody else have any feeling inside about CLVR and any reason why we should be looking at it? I wish somebody would post something on the board and say, "Shut up, active trader. Don't want to hear it. No, you're 100% correct. No, you're 100% incorrect. Which is it?" Hold on. Just checking Dex room. Which one is it? Is it a stock? You agree it's not worth the risk? BLT, let's see, is there another stock we should look at? Probably going for that high, $44. BLTE, what is that? $2.44, it's up. $42. Let's see, anything? Any news? Yeah, of 2 months ago. Another pump and dump. It seems like there's a lot of pump and dumps opening it up here. BLTE. Put that there. Him. And let's see, who's this? Okay, so he's still gone. He's still on FFIE and he's nowhere to be found. I'm going to take him out of there. And it's just me. Great job dealing with life. Okay, anybody else? Is anybody still here? Or are you all eating lunch? Okay, I got some almond cookies. Anybody want one? These are thin additives. They're I don't know what's in these things. They're good. There's not many calories. It's like a toasted bread thing. And they got almonds in it. Just because I'm nuts. Tommy's still here. Tommy, you working? So Tommy, am I right about those? Am I right about you got time? Are you available? Are you on lunch? I could get you on the phone. You could talk to the whole room. We can bring you in without being on vigil. I call you on the phone, I put the phone down, and we talk, and they can hear the whole conversation. And we can talk about, not at the moment. It's okay. Another time. Is there anything anybody wants me to go over? CLNN. What happened? What happened to CLNN, anybody? I'm going to go back there for a second. There you go. It's still there. It's moving slow. That's on a 3-minute. Let's go back to a 1 minute for a second. You see what happened? Remember the triangle I told you about? We had to stay in here or here to be good. Over here is very good. But see where we are? We're down below. So CBN is kind of done. But it's still in that same pretty much channel. The only difference is, okay, if you look at this, you can take this one away, remove it, go here from there, and go to here. And you can see your channels moved up slightly. So it did go up a little higher because of this, 382 or so. I could even take it from the $4 if I wanted to. You know what, since that's the high of the day. But to do that, I would have to go to 3 minute, just to show you how you can draw your, boy, oh boy, that changes things, doesn't it? Take this away, boom, remove the drawing, and then you take this from the $4, and you can see it on the right side, it says 404, 402, $4. $4. And I can take it to right here, the high point, right there. Okay, now I can open it back up, and you can see now, it's up a little bit higher, okay? I might have missed it a little bit, but it's close. And you see, it's trying to pull back. It's got to get back into this area, and then it would have to get tighter and tighter. It's only a couple of pennies away, which is good. CLN might come back. It still has 50,000 in volume. And if I go right now real quick, just real quick, and I look at my stock hacker, and I go in here, and I hit in the last 5 minutes, what's the number one stock? CLVR still. CLN is not even in here. See? Not even CLNN. Still not even in here. Even if I go back 15 minutes, let's say. CLVR. CLN. It's not even in here. But it looks like it's starting to pick up now. Go in the last 3 minutes. You can check all these different areas to see what's really coming up. And you see it's still CLVRK. So like he said, that stock has got more traffic than this one. Even though this one's starting to pull back and it had 40,000 right there. That's 66,000 and 9. It's still going up. So it's starting to pull back. But the number one stock at this moment is still CLNN. Oh, is that the same one? What did I just say? CLVR? Which one was it? CLVR, this one here. It is moving up gradually. It hit a new high of 145. But like I said, it's not enough for me to risk my money. Not that there's anything out there right now I'd risk.
let's see. Not in here. I always like to see people that I know if they're in my phone book. I spoke to so many traders and I don't remember, like people from the top. I wonder where a lot of them are today. You know, people that I've known three years ago that I spoke to on the phone and spent hours, if some of them are still here. I want to just, tell me if you hear this. I'm going to put this a little bit louder. Listen carefully. Ready? Is that too loud? Can anybody hear that? Can anybody hear that? I need to know if you can hear it. Or if it bothers you. No, good. It's a fan that circulates more air in my room and a filter at the same time, since I have a cat. So it filters hair, it filters a lot of stuff, and I just vacuum it out like once a week. Greatest thing. It's amazing what shows up in there. Good. I'm glad you can't hear it. Somebody told me weeks ago they could hear it. I can't believe you can. I can hear the difference, but doesn't affect your hearing you. Okay, great. You probably hear like a shh, little bit of sound whisper in the. It's just air, is what it is. Just hear the air. Okay, what do I got going? Any questions on limited risk? When you should buy a long put? How do you trade long puts? These are some of the lessons we're going to do in the field. Key takeaways. Investopedia.com answering investors with options. There's some really good stuff in here. Investors with put options have the right, but not the obligation, to sell the shares in an underlying security at a certain price by a specific date. A put option is said to be in the money when the strike price is higher than the underlying security market price. Investors commonly use put options as a downside protection, which cuts or prevents a drop in value. So what that really means right there is very much like a straddle. If you're doing a call, what you do is you do a put at the same time, which they call a straddle, okay? And what happens is, if the stock doesn't go the way you expected, it ends up as an insurance, and then you just end up losing the premium, let's say on one of them, and you make the money on the other, okay? Puts may give investors short market exposure with limited risk, which means if you have a put, if you have a short, okay, I'm going to go to stock for a second. If you short a stock, your loss is unlimited. Why? Because you're betting on a stock to go down, and if it goes the other way, it could go all the ways up. It could go up $10, and if you had 10,000 shares, you could lose $100,000. It's unlimited what you can lose if it goes the other way. But with a put, the only thing that you could lose is two things. One, if you put out, let's say, $2,000 for that put, and you hold it till it expires, you lost $2,000. If you hold that put and it goes the other way, you can only lose the value of that put. So there's an advantage over shorting a stock and having it go the wrong way, opposed to betting on a stock going down with an option. You can only lose the maximum of what you paid the premium for that option. You all understand that? Options are pretty cool. I mean, there's a lot to learn. There really, really is, and we're not even gonna scratch the surface over the next months, because the truth is, there's different levels of options, and the underlying there is advanced options where you can do cornering of some sorts, and you can do certain different layers, like straddles and stangles, but it's different. You're buying certain puts. You're buying a stock at different strike prices at the same time, and then figuring out how it all works. Why they do that is to limit the risk, okay? But you also make less money on where you could have made a lot more money. Believe it or not, you can make the most just by doing long puts and long calls. But if it goes the other way, you can get out. Like I said before, in 10,000 shares at 1 penny is $100. If it goes 2-3 cents, you get out at $300. But the other way, you could make $2,500. Is it worth the risk versus the reward? And the answer is yes.
because if you're dealing with penny stocks, no, because they're too volatile and they move too fast, and you can lose too much. But if you deal with stocks like Ford, but I've seen Tesla. Don't get me wrong. I've seen Tesla during earnings go $50 up and then come down $150 in seconds. You know what? People are there because they're speculating which way it's going to go, and they're playing. But you could just make so much money with an option. Puts may give investors short market exposure with limited risk. A put option's time value, which is an extra premium that an investor will pay above the option's intrinsic value. But the things that we do with long puts and long calls, like somebody said the other day, make sure you're on the 15th. Tomorrow's the 15th. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week, we'll only buy options due by that Friday at 4 o'clock. So by 4 o'clock, you got to be out of it. If not, it goes to and it's worth nothing. So if I buy an option in the morning, let's say, I want to be out of it within 10-15 minutes. It's not something you're going to hold all day. You're scalping it the same way you scalp stocks. That's the way that it's done. And we'll learn more and more about the options market as we go through this stuff over time. I don't want to go over too much, and I have still a lot to learn myself, okay? But as I'm learning it, I'm giving you what I've learned, okay? And then there will come a time that we will do some open-end trades on the options, and I'll go over like that. Not that one. Excuse me. We'll go over here again, and we'll show you with the calls and the puts and what it means with the strike prices. I don't need 14 strike prices. That'll just show me more than I need. I can go 10 strike prices. I can go 8 strike prices, and it shows me right now if this stock's at 429, and I think that this stock, which we're on GOEV, if I thought it was going to drop to $4 from 429, I would take a strike price of $4. Right now, there's a 3-cent spread, so that means 4 cents. Now it's 5 cents. I might wait until the spread's a little closer before I buy it, but at 21 cents, now it's 4 cents. That means this stock's got to go 4 pennies down before I even break even, okay? And we're going to learn and go over it. And there's certain parts down here that I can't find right now. Sometimes they're there and sometimes they're not in the option chains, and there's other stuff that'll tell you the percentage. I don't know where it is, and they may not do it for every stock, but there are certain places where it'll tell you X amount of people bought calls, X amount of people bought puts. It's another good way to actually buy stocks. If you look at what the option people are doing, then you'll have a better idea of whether you should short a stock or go long, because the majority is mostly they're probably right. Just like when in Deck's room, he says, let's take a chat vote. 95% of the time, 93% of the time, the way that the room votes is the way that stock goes. So it's more to say that a majority of seasoned options traders are more right than they're wrong. The rest of it is timing. All right, you could buy the right stock and lose your ass, but the point is, maybe your timing was wrong. Maybe you jumped in at the wrong time. Maybe you were halfway between support and resistance, and if you were going to short it, you should have been closer to resistance. Or if you wanted to go long, maybe you should have been closer to support. It's all about timing. You don't just come into a chat room and say, oh, wow, look at that. Everybody's doing it. FOMO, a fear of missing out, and you jump in, and then the damn thing just drops like a bomb. And it happens to all of us. It's happened. If you say it's never happened to you, either you're the best trader in the world or you're just full of crap, because everybody gets hit. Even Deck. Nobody. I don't care who you are. Traders lose. But you know what? I love it. Warren Buffett always says, in order for you to be a good winner, you must know to be a good loser. Okay? I'd just rather be a better winner than a loser. Wouldn't you? GOEV, not doing too good. That stock's below the... it is below. Wow, wait a second. Where did my mouse go? Okay, my mouse is moving. That's why I'm trying to figure out. I have a program, and it says it's called Mouse Without Borders. It must be open, because every now and then I move my mouse somewhere, and I see. It drops to the top. Okay, that's the idea. I'm watching it over there. It's making me nuts. Okay, anything else going on right now? CLWR, CLNN. Let's go back to that for a second. And I told you before, this wasn't worth it. At 370, it came back down. Let's see, GOV is a dead stock at this point. FFIV, another one. I don't see anything that's really doing anything at this point. I'm just sitting. I'm going to get rid of this thing. I don't like this stock. Let me go back. Hold on. I can't get it open. Who's that? There we go. on and out. I'm not going to ever trade that stock. It's like gambling. GOSS, look at it, fell all the way down. Stocks had it. It's done. BMRA. What is the, anybody look at Finviz today? The markets where they're at? Wow, we're down 208 points. The NASDAQ is down 57. We're down 341. 35. The market is red today. Only Apple's doing really good. Cost. A couple of consumer products are doing good. Mostly all red. The deck even said that the market would drop later on. So, CLBR, GOEV, CLNN, REVB. Those are your top stocks today. And top gain is NTRB. Those were it. Looking in Finviz. But right now, I don't see anything that's really moving at this point. Nothing. Let's see. What happened with AMD today? Oh, look at that. Now, here's a stock that usually follows the SPY. And you can see the SPY's been coming down the last hour. It's down to 375. It was down even lower before, I think. And look at AMD. Shot up today. Pretty good. So you can see it's up right now. It's up from 77, about $1.50, point and a half. That's nice. Let's see, RH. You guys have put me to sleep. WTRH, a lot of sporadic, nothing really happening. I don't really like penny stocks, and I'm going to get rid of that one. Can't short them anyway. Oh, I missed it. I got rid of the wrong one. Uh-oh. I don't know what I got rid of. Oh, it's gone. If I need it, I'll have to get it back another time. NVDA. The reason I keep this stock and see it went up with AMD, and AMD and NVDA, which are products that work together, you can see how they went up together. And those are good stocks to actually do options on. And also, NVDA is always, and so is AMD. They're always shortable on Thinkorswim. So that's why I keep them around, because if it gets really like crazy, like today, I could have got in and said, okay, just 100 shares. I could have got in at 150.86 and made $2, 2 points. I could have made $200 just on 100 shares. Or I could have gone, listen to this, watch this. You could have gone and you could have opened up your options. You could have put in right there. You could have put in, which one am I looking at? NVDA. All right, NVDA going long would have cost me $1.22 with $1.50 with $1.55. There you go, 122. So 122 for 100 shares. 100 shares of NVDA. All right, times what's the price? What's the price of this stock? Oh, what did I say? $1.22. All right, $1.22 times 100 shares is only $122. It's $1.22. Now it's $1.24. It's only $120-something for 100 shares. That's amazing. All right, if you buy 100 shares of NVDA, right, that would cost you what? If you bought the stock itself, it's $152. So $152 is about $15,000. $150 times 100, I think alone is $15,000, right? So it costs you over $15,000 to control 100 shares. The other way, you can control 100 shares for $122. How can you go wrong? How can you go wrong? And look at how it went up today. Went up $2. $2 would have made you some real money. Okay, so just to show you the power of options. All right. So again, 126 now. It was 122 before. We were headed for 155. Right now, it's at 152.90. It was probably cheaper earlier. Okay, because it would have been further away to get to 155. It would probably be about 116 earlier. So you can see at 116, that would have been $116 for 100 shares. Just 100 shares times what do you call it? You could have bought, for me, I would have bought 10 contracts and had 1,000 shares, made $2 and made $2,000. That's how you make money. That's how you take a small account and make it grow. Okay, you have an account with $5,000. It's plain and simple. You see a stock like that and it's starting to move, jump in. You jump in. But I'll tell you what, it is hard to predict on days like today, especially when the SPY is dropping, that stocks like that is going to go forward, and your market's down 355 points. I mean, usually those are the kind of stocks that would go down. So to see them go up is just different, you know. Okay, anything else? DAL, what is that? DAL, it's just something in my thing from a couple of days ago. Oh, Delta Airlines. Yeah, one of these days these airlines are going to go back. I remember when Delta Airlines and Some of the other airlines, Eastern Air, not Eastern, Sprint, not Sprint. What do you call that? Spirit Airlines. A lot of these airlines during the COVID time, they're $39, $29 now. These airline prices were $7, $8, $9 a share. Imagine during COVID, you just bought a couple of thousand shares and held on to it, you would have made money. So we go in, we go out, we go in, go out, just trying to make something work. Look at that right in front of us. I just happened to open DAL, and I know that's on a good chart. Let's see, we're at 1 minute, and it just went up. I'm going to look on another chart here, makes it easier. It just went up from 29.66. It went up 10 cents. It looks like so much more. There it goes. It's starting to go. The airline's starting to fly. There you go. Okay. It looks great on the chart. Not this chart. My chart is not, like I said, it's low definition. On my high definition chart, it's like last 4 minutes, it's really moved. I can't see it. I got to get another monitor. I keep saying that. I just have to get another monitor. I can't take it anymore. I just don't like the way it looks. Okay. What else we got going? I went through all those. Then you got the red stocks that are in the red. Here's Twitter doing the same thing. Look at that. Twitter and Delta Airlines pretty much have that same look to it on the thing. And your SPY, of course, we know is, where is this? SPY is going up. Okay. I had my chart was in the wrong position. I thought it was going down. So Delta, so everything's going up with it. Ford's going up. SPY's going up. All right. Yet the markets. That's amazing. Is it coming back down? It was at 350 a second ago, and now it's at 325. See, it's coming down a little bit. That's good. This is in a negative. And see, like Tesla, how's Tesla doing today? I very rarely look at Tesla. I don't trade Tesla. It's like a little bit out of my means, out of my reach. But not to say that if you trade options, and Tesla does, it's a good stock because it does move more than $10, $15 in a daytime. Stocks that'll move that you can actually, you say, I can't afford Tesla. Tesla is now, let's see. Come on, go back down for a second. What did I just do? Come on. Hold on. Let's go look in here for a second. Tesla, if I take NVDA, you say Tesla, I can't afford Tesla. It's like $700 a share. But you look at an option for Tesla right now, and you wanted to go long this morning. Let's say when Taylor said he was going to go in with 1,000 shares and just to make 10 grand or something like that, $10. See, it's $8.75 a share. So $8.75 a share. All right. So right now, $8.75 a share. And if I wanted to buy $8.75, let's say $8.75. So for 100 shares of Tesla, $8.75. $8.75 times 100 shares in a contract is $875. And you could have controlled 100 shares of Tesla. Now, if Tesla went up $10 this morning, which it did, if I pull up Tesla now in FinViz, it says it's down now. I mean, you could have done a put too, but it went from $6.75 to $7.26. There was a movement this morning where it did go up $10 because he did make the money, and then it dropped back down. So imagine if you did a put earlier, down to where it went to $6.75 when the SPY was going down earlier, you could have made at least 20 cents. 20 cents, you would have made $2,000. And you say, I can't afford it, but you can. You can with an option. All you have to do is watch the SPY and which way it goes. Because there are certain stocks that travel with the SPY and certain stocks that go away from the SPY. You know, like that gas this morning. He goes, anybody know any of those ETFs? And what was that best one? And we came up with TVIX. And there was another one that if the SPY goes up, SQQ goes down. You can trade those things same way with an option and make a lot of money. I think SQQ, without even looking at it, let me see, I can pull it up there. SQQQ is probably around $60 out of my head. 55. Okay, so it's down a little bit. All right, where was it this morning? Come on. I hate when that happens. What did I do? Close. There you go. Okay, so this morning, where's your high? 58? See, I told you it was around $60. I know these things because I watch these things, you know? And a lot of the stocks that I watch 6 stocks at a time, and then I switch my board. I don't always watch for me. I'm watching for you because I put out stocks anywheres that I'm watching. Usually anywheres from 70 cents up to 250, and there are a couple exceptions like Tesla that I do watch on the side. And all the rest of them fall in that category that I watch, like Amazon, Ford, NVDA, pot stocks, whatever it is. They all fall in that category. So if they're running for the day, then all I have to do again is real quick go. I do this 10 times a day. All right, that's the stock one. I don't want to do the stock one. You can do that too. Here's the stock hacker, which shows some of the stocks that are running right now, which aren't running. There it is. CLVR, FFIE, SYM, okay, Symbiotic, TOS. I don't know what that one is. But you can see, they're not really moving that much. I wouldn't worry about them. In fact, I'm going to close this for now. And the other one, you can look at the other one right here. As for the stocks, and you can see what's running. Okay? And you need to bring up, you need to have a scanner in the background that you can bring up and put down. Bring up and check every 15 minutes. If you check your scanners, you will always be on top of the stocks that are running. And there are people who leave them open. They have an extra monitor and it just has their scanner in it. And that scanner is changing. It's live. It's changing. And they can look up and they go, oh, and they put it on the board, and that's how they do it. They have, I wish, what, come to think of it, during the week, I think I'm going to try that. I don't use that extra monitor. I'm going to put my scanner in there. And then I can watch my scanner all the time. At least with DEC, when DEC has his scanners so we can see it, but it's so small that unless I put it on a full-size page, I can't really make it out anyway. Okay. Is any of this useful information? Is this something you could take home? One guy says to me, he goes, I don't know if he's in here right now. I won't tell you his name. Let's see. No, he was here earlier. He's not here now. And he says to me, let me see, I'll read. Actually, I saved it, and he said, come on, where is it? Here it is. I got it. He said, I got to make it a little larger so I can read it, because it's the private messages that we have between us. So I just have to make it a little larger. He goes, I thought it was cute, actually. Come on. I can't change the size? Yeah, I can. Okay. Oh, I guess I have to do the whole thing. I never told you this, but I used to copy and paste some of your posts on a Word document to save for future reminders. This guy said something to me. He goes, I never told you this, but I used to copy and paste some of your posts and Word documents, and I saved them in future reminders. And that's so funny, because that's what I used to do to somebody else, and that's how I'm able to pull them up. I did the same thing. He goes, you're always good. There it is. He goes, it's funny. He goes, I always say that you, active trader, are always good for one or two nuggets of info, and there you are posting in this room a tip for lighting and shades. You are money, my friend. Nice things, He says one thing about AK-47, the man can talk. Super great guy with a great heart. Bye, boy. He can really drift off topic. My two favorite traders are you and AK. It's funny because you guys are light years apart. He goes, why is Tradecaster is so good? A true mixing bowl of traders and personalities. I love the things that you guys send me. And you don't realize that a lot of things have been sent to me. I save them. I take even the private chats, and sometimes I copy paste them, and I save them in documents. And I know somebody who's in here, used to come in here all the time, and he goes, I ran into somebody who knew you as Scooter Pie, and he goes, his name was Noah Henderson. I go, I can't believe it. Noah's from North Carolina. It's a small world. It really is a small world. One of the things he did say to me that I really, really liked, he said again about the 2 to 3 nuggets of gold, stop decisions. He said in here once, he said to me, he goes, here it is. He says, I love DEC. Seriously, I love DEC and AK-47, but they just don't talk their way through the process like you do. You said it perfectly, whatever I said that day. Yesterday, he said, stop the chatter and talk stocks. You are sharp as a tack, and you speak the process strategy to perfection. You are appreciated. And I have to tell you something. I appreciate those things. So keep them coming. They'll go into my book one day when I do my book for the trading stuff. The things that people said. And the things, I didn't make this up. These are things that people send me all the time, And it's nice. It's just nice that people do appreciate you. Somebody wrote me the other day. I go, what did he write? Did I keep that one? I can't find out where I put them. I have a whole folder And a guy just wrote me the other day. He goes, I just want you to know, what did I do with it? I just want to thank each one of you. I don't know what I did with it. He just said to me, it was really nice. He goes, I just want to let you know. He says, I just want to let you know I sent you a little something to help you out. And he goes, I'm at work right now and I really can't talk. He goes, but I just wanted you to know that I really appreciate you and I appreciate your live streaming. And I thought, like, wow, that is so cool. You know, it's not, I don't know how much he sent me. I'm not going to say. I know now what he sent me, but I'm not going to say anything. And that's not the important part. The important part is that people do appreciate, and I don't get the crowd like the younger guys. I don't get like Living Like Matt. He gets 150 people in his room, you know, and they flock in there and they listen to him between, I don't know, 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock, whatever he comes in. And AK's been doing this a lot longer than I. He did he's got a good following because he did every Friday for almost 2 years before we started doing this real live stream. He used to just take over for Deck. And, that was pretty cool. And Deck asked me 2 years ago if I wanted to do this, and I said, not really. I didn't think I was ready, and I didn't think I could ever just sit there and talk to myself in front of a monitor. And then I look behind me, and a lot of times the only person I think is listening is my cat. She just listens to everything I got to say. I think she's learning English, to be truthful. She comes in for about an hour a day. She's taking notes. But, it's pretty cool. A lot of people say, they tell me, like, they say, I could never do that. I could never live stream. I just couldn't do that. And I've traded. I do live trades in here. I'm just not going to chase it. Last week I've been losing a little bit. You know what? And I win 3 weeks in a row, and then I give it back. I don't want to do that. And right now I don't want to chase it. I was in this morning, and I said, you know what? I was in it, what was it, like $4.32? And it went to $5. I should have stayed. I knew it was going to go. I told you guys it was going to go. And Tuesday, I told you, I said 3 places a particular stock was going to go. It hit twice on the penny, and the last one within 1 penny. So, I can call these things. If you learn how to read the charts, you can go a long, long way in your trading. You need to learn the charts. And that's really what it's about. You need to know support. You need to know resistance. You need to know when to get in, when to get out. Timing is so important. And timing is the hardest thing to teach somebody. You can look at your day and say, I don't believe this. How did I lose $500? I played all the right stocks at all the wrong times. So what does it come down to? Support and resistance. Timing equals dollars. And that's really what it's about. We have multiple live streamers at this time. Do not just sit around and waste your time. How could you even come in my room and say that? They're not wasting their time if they're in here. Become a trader and ask questions. Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to get you guys to do, we have multiple live streamers. Who the heck is streaming right now? I looked. I didn't see anybody. I'm the best streamer. But why would he even come in here and make a comment like that? I don't get that, It's like, why would you waste your time? If you're sitting here in my stream, then you're not wasting your time. Okay, AK's back. Living Like Matt is back. If you want to leave me, you can go to them. Let's see. Living Like Matt is... Let's see. Okay, he's live right now. And let's see who else. Is AK live now? All right. AK-47 is...
Tim, that house...
There he is. He's live. He's still on that same stock, FFIE. I'll take that beeping noise off in a second. Hold on. Okay, that's that one. So... He's still, remember we were looking, I told you before, he was in his room, he was looking at FFFI. I went into FFIE, okay, there it is, up on the board, it's empty. All right, bring it back. It's not doing anything. Why is he still looking at it? It's still on his board. I don't get it. Am I not seeing something, or did my streamer stop? Somebody tell me what is going on here, Okay. I don't know. We have multiple at this time. Do not just sit around. He should put that in his room, not mine. Mainly. Become a better trader and ask questions. Invest your time. That's his new line. Don't just sit around and waste your time. Why would he put that in my room? That doesn't make any sense to me why he said that. Hold on. Don't just sit around and waste time. That makes no sense. If you're in my room, you're in here for a reason. It's because I'm going over information that you obviously find as important as I do, you know? And the good thing is, up to this point, I'm the only one to ever even talk about options. Wants us to stream. Is that what it means? No. He says, we have multiple live streamers at this time. Don't just sit around and waste your time. Invest your time. Oh, become a better trader. It just says become a better trader and ask questions. Well, you should be asking questions in here. You do, you know. I think mostly I'm asking you questions, you know. It wants us to stream hop. Why would you do that? Why would you want to pull people out of my room to go into somebody else's room, you know? If you're sitting here, it's because you're getting something out of it. If you're going to bring something and put it on the board, make it something useful that we can all really benefit from. You know, like he comes in and he says, hey, you know, this stock, CLVR, lunch hour spiker. Or, you know, I know there's a huge following here, but still click to the chart. Love the higher gains, GME. Okay, that's fine. But don't try to get people out of my room. You know what? I'll ban him. I'll ban him out of my room. You're out, Deck. Can I do that? I actually can. I can put him on mute. And then he can't post on my board. I'll be trying to figure it out. He could probably override it. I'm going to have to have a talking with that boy, you know? Listen, I don't really care. If you want to be with me and sit in my room and listen to me chatter, you know what? I will go over anything you want. Deck did it now. Yeah, he did. He's getting a spanking. Listen, I don't laugh. There are times I see something I don't like. I call him up on the phone and I say, Deck, you know what? We need to talk. And we'll get on the phone and we'll talk, and I'll tell him, just like I'm talking to you now. I don't put him down. You know, I'm older than him, but he respects me. And I'll tell him, I say, listen, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da, and I don't, you know, and he'll say, you know what? I do this because of this, or, you know what? You're right. You're right. And, you know, I have to become more aware of certain things. We all do. Listen, like somebody just said, I read it. He goes, AK sometimes just goes off bound. It's because it gets slow, you know, and it gets slow, so we talk about other things, you know, if you want to. Otherwise, we just take a break. I just keep going and going and going. I take very few breaks, you know. These young guys, they need a break, you know. I don't need a break. You're here for two reasons. Trade stocks and learn how to trade stocks. Exactly. It's frustrating for me when we get off topic. It's true. 50 minutes about barbecue or Jeeps has me moving on to something. I don't do that. Very rarely. You know what? I may talk about my life for a second, what's happening right now, but I do not talk about baseball. Somebody told me the other day they almost put me in my place because I mentioned something about politics. I am very passionate about it, and I get off bound, but I don't make it my whole day. You know what? And you don't have to hit me with a fishing rod and then reel me in. Most of the time, I'm exactly where I need to be, and that's with the stocks or the options. Okay? And I'm oh wow, CLNN right now, folks. Anybody watching CLNN? See, that's why it's good to watch 6 stocks, because when you're watching 6 stocks in front of you, you can see something going up. In the last 5 minutes, it's gone from 375 to it hit 389. So CLNN is starting to move. All right, and that's why I love it. If any of you have TOS, I've probably supplied you with charts. Then one of those charts is 6 charts in one. When I start doing options, I have another new chart that I'm going to be using. It's a 4-in-1. I actually have to open it up to show you so I can detach it. But I think the next time I go over options, I'll bring it up and I'll open it. The last time I opened it, it threw me off. I don't know why. I have to figure it out. Let's see. 4-in-1. Let's see if it works. It's going to take me up. Took me totally out. Take me totally out. Hold on. Just give me a second. Here it is. Just let me see. I don't know why this particular one takes me out of everything that I had up there until I get rid of it. But for right now, hold on. This is the new 4-in-1 that I'm talking about, okay? And you can see, let me see. It'll take the stock that we were watching, which was CLVS, all right, or CLN, and I have these two matched up. This is the active trader. So for the options, this is where I'd be buying from. This is one I'd be watching on a 5-minute for that stock, and then I could look at 2 other stocks. Okay, and these 2 I keep that I'm not trading, I can keep the TNS. There's a way on the side here. If I bring it down, you'll see it'll open on the top probably. There it goes. You see it? How it opened up? And then I can do the same thing here. I don't know why. It's just this monitor that does it. And then when I get it the way I want it, when I even it off, they should all be there, and it's not. But anyway, that's what I wanted to show you. I'm going to get out of that. If I lost what I lost, I have to bring it back. Just hold on. Just just give me a second, folks, okay? Give me all right. Big chart split, big chart split, big chart 6. All right, let me go to 6 and 1. I can't believe it. It loses everything I had up there. Okay, here's my 6 and 1. Let me go to my charts. Here we go. Just give me a second. I'm so sorry. I got to figure out why it does this. It's the only one that when I open that up, everything disappears that I had saved. So here's that. And then I got to fix everything all over again, which sucks. Okay, and here's your CLVS. Is that the one we were looking at? CLVS? I told you it was moving. All right, CLVS, and then I'm going to go back to trade and active trader. Everything's changed. All my stocks have changed. I can't hate this. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. CLNN. I think that's the one we were watching. CLNN? Yeah, sorry. Wow. I shouldn't have done it. I don't know why that thing does it to me. It just takes everything out that I saved, and it's like I got to start all over again. All right, but I got CLNN right here. What else was I watching? CLVR. Put that in number 2. And then what else did I have? Somebody throw up some of the stocks we're watching. I always watch the SPY, which is not on here. SPY. I should have saved it the way I had it and get rid of those other ones. I have to go through them on the weekend so they open and close the way I want them, because I'm losing everything. This sucks. Okay, what else? We had GOEV, which is pretty dead right now. Oh, look at EVH. EVH has got a new higher day at 31.17 if anybody's interested. EVH. Okay. For anybody who might be interested, EVH is a little more expensive stock. Let's see if you just want to take a quick look. I don't know if I want to pull this off here. Look at the lines. They're no good anymore. So I have to take these off. Everything has changed. Remove the drawings. And that's why I told you, as time goes on, you want to change things. Okay. So you want to go to the bottom here. Let's see. Do I have what do you call it in here? Oh, it should be trend lines. Boom. At least I know how to get around today. You know, there's a big difference when I was new and I couldn't do all this like that. And let's say from here. Top to top there. Boy, it just moves too quick. Boom. So we need this thing to, and it's only a penny's difference, but or I could have run it upwards if it's still, but it started coming back down. Otherwise, I would have run it from about here. I would have run it from here to up there. See? And there's my angles. I tell you, here to here, here. So we want to keep it from here to here. We want this to go up. See what happens. I make some strange lines, don't I? I can't believe I lost everything. I lost everything on that 6 and 1. So even this, but at least my watch list is still the same. All right, and I can detach the watch list and I can bring that back over. Goes right there. See? And then I can close it up. That's what I have to go through every day when I want to do this. Okay, and then here I can take this and I make it smaller. Watch. So anybody wants to learn how to do this, I will teach you how to do the. I will help you and teach you to set up OBS. Where'd it go? Yeah. Okay. There it goes there, and then you got to pull this over. Watch, so you can get both. That's because of this monitor, and that once I get a different monitor, I'll be able to get it all on a high definition, and I won't have to go through this. Okay. So there's that. And then before, what else did I lose? That was the list before, showing you what somebody did. This is a guy. Some of you might remember him. His name was Tampa John B. Tampa. Well, John B. Tampa left here. He lost a lot of money, and he went and learned how to do options with a different group. And he started with $9,000. And the week I called him, about 6 weeks after he started doing options, he made in 3 days almost $390,000. He sent me all those that he did. All the trades he did, they were all Tesla for like 2-3 days. And his balance sheets. And it wasn't paper trading either. I called him up. I go, John, how you doing, man? He goes, I'm a little busy. I go, what's going on? He goes, I'm at the BMW dealership. I paid off that whole debt. I got all my money back, and I'm buying a BMW 746 for cash. Nice. Options. EVH. Anybody look at EVH? I told you EVH. Let's see if I have it. EVH. This stock, it's a little more expensive. Okay, here we go. New high of day, $31.35.
So EVH, new high of day. For anybody who does trade some higher price stocks.
There you go. Let me take the other one away, so it's not repetitive. Any other stocks that anybody? Oh, the quality. The quality may be off since I had to change everything. Let me just see real quick. Let's see. Oh shoot! Come on! It's there. Okay. Make sure the quality's right. Quality. Come on, charts. Okay. Oh, that would have to be in the other one. Give me 1 second. In here. 720. Okay, it's fine. See, if I get a better definition, then it'll be clearer for you. I don't know how you see it, or if it has anything to do. You can only see it as good as I can give it to you, and that's a problem. I need to get it so it's higher up. And this active trader, every time I do this, I have to change it. I have to pull everything out of it. You know, like buy market, remove it, sell market, remove it. Cancel. I don't need any of this stuff in here. Just for me, when I use it myself, I need them. But here I can push these down, move down to below. I'm not saving it, so it won't make a difference. And TIFF, move down, and then when I say OK, it brings it all back up, and I can see the whole active trader the way I really need it. And I got to get the price in there. It's a pain in the ass. It really is. This is a pain in the neck. You know, I just wish it would. They're already in there if you lower it. So it's a lot of work setting this stuff up, and that's why I missed the trade this morning. Okay, so there's EVH if anybody's working it, but AVH, if you look at it on a full chart, you'll see that the volume is very low. There's only 100 shares, so we're going to get back out of that one, and I'll go back into mark percentage CLVR, which is nowhere, and it must be CLNN. There you go. I'm going to take off those nasty lines because it's not really, at this point, this one's not necessary. And right now you can see, and it's moved over a little bit, so if I want to just make it right, I can go right to the top there where it was, and I can bring it there. And we're waiting to see if this stock is going to squeeze up in this corner. I'm hoping it will get a little tighter. We're in a much larger channel right now, so we're at 390, and we're down as far as 370. So that's a large channel. Okay, we want this to tighten up a little, so we don't know, because right now that means that we might only have support down at about 370. Right around there. 370, 372, 375. Well, we're only at 380, so it's not, I don't know why it looks like that. Let me just see if I can, there we go. Let's see. Nope. It's just the way the stock is. But still, it's a large channel. It still wants to go. This stock is still trying. Anybody looking at this stock right now? That's CLNN. You can see my charts. The one thing good about my charts is that when you look at them, you see up here. Up here, you can see the stock. It's visible. One of the problems that I have, like I would go to when I go look at AK-47. Let's see. I think his stock is okay. Let's go back to the lobby. I just want to check. He's gone already. In and gone. But I look at Matt's stuff. I can't see. I can't see his stock. The guy in the morning, he's really good. I like Juan Traders a lot. I like listening to him. He's really good. You know, he's a small trader, but he's a good trader, and he's teaching people right. And I like to watch him myself. I do watch other people. You know, I'm friendly with Mama DeLorean. Okay, I'm actually going to help her to clean up her charts because a lot of people like her. She's a likable person, and I think with a little bit of direction, I can help her and get her in a direction. And she likes to do some sort of a ministry-like thing where she can help single mothers. Not that she won't take anybody who comes in there, but she's looking to help like mothers like herself who are single, who have children, and can't really go to work, and they need to watch their kids. So it's a really good thing that she's doing. I like her. I do. Let's see. What else? What else are we looking at? All right, what did I lose? I lost my scanner. So easy enough. All I got to do is come back into where I'm at. Go to scanner, I have my daytime scanner open. It's set at 70 to 250, 4.5%. And then I got to go to the top, and there's a word detach. And I just take it, detach it, and I move it over to here. Okay, once it's in here, I open it, so it's good, and then I got to rescan it, and then you can see. And it's set from high to low. And it's important that you keep in mind and you keep those open and check your scanners regularly, okay? And for those of you that have Thinkorswim through Ameritrade, you have no idea what a great tool that you have, okay, in this. It's just a wonderful, wonderful thing. It's free. It's part of the deal, and you don't have to pay commission, and you get Thinkorswim, which has got some of the best charts of any brokerage out there. The only thing that they're lacking in, truthfully, it's not great, it's not even that good, but it works, is their level 2. This is, let's go back here, let's see, CLN, CLB, still the same stuff, FFIE and TRB, which is not really moving that much. Okay, let's drive that down. And if you look at this level 2 here, you'll see the problem with the level 2, for some of you that might have in here, if you have E-Trade right now, or you have, I know, I told them, okay, it wasn't, if you have this and you have E-Trade, you will see things I don't see. You might see somebody down here with 15,000, 20,000 shares that's maybe hidden to me, that's trying to balance off the level 2. I can't say it. A lot of times Mel will say there's a seller out there with 15, or there's a buyer out there with 20,000 trying to buy 20,000 or 80,000 shares, and I look at mine and go, man, I don't see it. Where is it? And I talked to him about it, and he took a copy and he showed me. I went, wow. And that really stinks, because when we're trying to make a decision on whether or not we are going to buy or sell a stock, here's an ask. That means that the traders in here are trying to sell stocks. The buyers, the bidders, are trying to buy stocks. Now, when you look in this column here, and most level 2s do this, at least I know TOS does, those numbers, you have to add 2 zeros. So I would look at this very quickly and say, okay, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Okay, I have, somebody's open in here. Hold on, that's not it. Must be Dex Room. Oh, he mentioned my name. See, whenever he mentions my name, it'll pop up. He needs to step out of the office. Okay, gotcha. All right, so anytime you're going to buy a stock, you look. Like right now, 7,100, 4,000. They were there for a second. 72, they're popping in. So I say to myself, if there's more people selling than there is buying, then I want to wait till the price goes down. If there's more people buying than there is selling, it tells me the stock's going to go up. But if I can't see all the information in there, that's a problem. Because if there's more in there, but you got to realize a lot of people, you put those big numbers down low, and then here, look at that. There was one I saw it pop in for, there it is, 100. Watch this, 100 on the bottom. That's 10,000 shares. It popped in there, gone. It didn't get filled. That didn't even get near 375. There it is again, 375. You see? And I'm telling you, they pop in, and when they get close, they disappear. They didn't get filled. And what they're doing, if you look on this side, you may see the same 100. They do it to balance it off, to keep, if they see a stock is going, let's say, down too fast, they'll put a buy in there. They'll put a big buy that they know won't get filled. These are called spoof sales, okay? You can look them up. I'm going to go in right now, and I'm going to look in, let's say, spoofing in level 2. Let's see what it says. What is it between layering and spoofing? Okay, spoofing. Where is it? Okay, I'm going to open this up so I can get the whole thing. I want you to see this. Okay. I'm going to just take this. Oh shoot, where is my rope? Okay, I'm talking about spoofing right now. You know, is it legal? I don't know. Spoofing and layering are both forms of market manipulation, whereby a trader uses visible non-bona fide orders to receive other traders as to true levels of supply or demand in the market. Okay? So, yes, it's true, they're visible bona fide orders. Okay, they're real orders. Okay? But they're not going to get filled. So, for a guy to go on the right side where he's asking and he says he's trying to sell it off at a very, very high price, he must have those particular stocks in hand, okay, to put that in there and make the prices look like he's selling off at a much higher price. If you see a guy down here at 498 saying, or 470, more realistic, at 440, saying he's got 40,000 shares, he really has them, and he's going to sell them at 440, and we're only at 4012, 408, you think that stock's going to travel up there, okay? Now, the guy on the other side who says he's going to buy, there is a guy right there, 10,000 shares at 375. See, now, that means if the stock drops to 375, he's willing to buy it, okay? And he's balancing off the orders. But he has to have enough money in his account to do that. And he's probably got a lot more than that. And that's a spoof and layering. That's the thing that we're talking about, okay? You guys got that? Did you ever hear that before? Anybody just learned something they didn't know? I'm always trying to help you become a better trader. And becoming a better trader is not just buying and selling. It's knowing when you're being fooled to buy something that you may not want. It's like a fake out breakout in a way, okay? You go in because you think the stock's going to take off, and it goes up a little, and you jump in, and all of a sudden it drops. That's a fake out breakout. Is that helping anybody to understand a little bit better about the garbage that we have to deal with here? Good. I mean, you got to know. Listen, level 2, you know, one of the best people that I've ever heard teach about level 2, which I'm able to do now, was Deck. Deck was a great teacher for me on level 2. When I learned it, I got it quick. I understood. He said, look at the whole overall picture. Look at this, okay? I'm picking this up to make it a little darker so it looks better on your screen. But if you look at these numbers, you got to look quickly. You say here, you see that 100? Now you say, that's 10,000. Add 2 zeros to everything. So that's 120. That's 10, 20. That's 10 and 2, 12. So you got about 15,000 shares here, but you got less here. That's a spoof. This thing keeps disappearing. It never gets filled. So the truth is, there's really more selling than there is buying. So that means this price is going to go down. He wants you to buy. Why? Because he's going to put it up here after you buy it, and you bring the price up from buying it, and he's going to sell it out lower. You understand? He's going to take your money. Take your money, honey. And EVH, I posted on the board for you. I don't know if this stock's moving. It looks dead. But I got to tell you, it's got a new high of day at 31.59. All right, EVH, new high of day, 31.59. Oh, it is moving, because before I had it here, so let's take that. I'm going to copy that, make my life easier. Go view, and then I'm going to just take the 2 off and put 59. There you go. See how easy? Copy, paste, add 2 numbers. And that's how you do it, folks. Be more efficient in everything that you do. Learn to think out of the box, okay? Anybody can think in the box, all right? When you're trapped in that box, you're going to find a way to get the hell out of there. But try to think out of the box. Try to be fast. That's why I get so angry when people go on the board and they go like this. EV, let's see, what's the stock? EVH. Take it that way. Or let's go this way. They put this and then EVH. All right, I'm going to show you 2 different things. And then somebody puts on the board EVH. Like this. None of those are correct. None of those you can click on and get the right stock. One of them says EV. And if I click on it, there is no stock called EV. It comes symbol of symbols. It's wrong. But you just wasted seconds of your time, okay? The other ones do nothing. So now you think it's real, and you have to take your time and type it in. By the time you do that, you miss it. The other way, you can just look at the one above. When you click on that, it takes you right to Yahoo Finance. When you get to Yahoo Finance, the first thing you do is check statistics. It tells you the float size. Then come back to summary. Look down and see if there's any news. If there's no news, it doesn't mean that there is no news. It just means there's no news on Yahoo. But most probably there is no news. Then go to Benzinga. All right? But right now, I get angry when people do that, and I come up and I go, proper format. I am the only moderator other than Deck that will correct somebody. And that's why I got a good job in here, because it makes Deck's job easier if I do it and tell people than he doesn't, and he can do other things that makes it more useful for you to learn. And that's why when I'm in his room, I'm the chat police. So you may not like me, and you may not like when I do it, but I'm doing it so it's easier for you and saving you time. You know, and I've had people come after me verbally in the rooms, and I've had 10 traders in the room go after them. I just sat back. I didn't do anything. They protect their pops. You know what I mean? We protect our own. But the fact is, I don't do it to be a jerk. I do it because I don't want this room. When there's political talk in the room, or there's other talk, unless it's just for a second or two. If it gets out of hand, I stop it. And the reason is because I don't want this room to end up like Discord or Stockwitz, okay? And it's not to say I never use Stockwitz or I don't ever go on Discord, but this room is unique to the fact that I'm pretty sure in some other trading rooms that I won't mention names that they keep the moderators do the same thing. They keep a hand on the room to make it more efficient for you guys. We want this to be a great environment. We want it to be like a family. I read some stuff in reviews last night, such garbage. Things that's so untrue that people wrote about Deck. Some were years ago, some were recently. And really, it's mostly people who come in here and they don't get it. They just don't get it. Or Deck's not 100% perfect to their acceptance and he does things that they don't like. Listen, he's not a perfect man. But the truth is, he's a great guy. And the truth is, he's doing the right thing and he's not scamming anybody. He truthfully wants that you make more money before he does. He really is that way. I have met him in person. I have talked to him. I've sat down and talked to Deck for hours. And I'll tell you something, and I've talked to him on the phone for 20 minutes here and 20 minutes there. And Deck is a great guy. He's doing a great job. You know, I don't agree with everything he does, and I tell him when I don't agree, but it's his choice to do what he wants to do, okay? You know, a couple of times I wish he had fired me where I could just lay back and sit in the sun and go to the pool, you know? But as long as I'm here and I don't change my name to Inactive Trader, you got to put up with me. Anything else I can go over? Any stocks that you see that are rolling? Right now, I'm watching EVH. It's up a little more. It's very, very slow moving. Why? If I go into EVH right now, I don't know if it's open. Oh, I got BLITE open too. EVEH, and I go to statistics. It's slow moving. Why? It's got a float of 76 million. That answers the question. That's why I tell you folks, go in and check the float. Always check the float. First thing, you want to know what the float is. Here's another one, BLTE. It's up $2.44. BLTE. I just want to check the statistics for a second. BLTE, it has 2.8 million. That's beautiful. And it had 2 months ago. Hey, there's your problem. All right, so that's a pump and dump. BLTE, just to put it on the board, I said BLTE has 2.8 million float. If this stock, no news that I saw. That doesn't mean it doesn't have news. I just didn't see any. Now, if I take this stock and I take it and I open it up, let's say in Benzinga, I'm going to just do it on my side, okay? And, well, I'll do it on your side too. Let's see, I'll put it in here and I'll show you why. BLTE, I put it in here. I go in here, BLTE, and you can't see it, so I gotta just put it in there first. BLTE, got it. It's a green stock for the day too. No stocks too. I put it in here. I go down below. You see the date, 7/6. You see today's date, 7/14. There's no news today on this stock. All right. And if I want, I can make this a little lower. And now I can go back here and quickly change. And that's what I teach you, how to connect your watch list to your charts, all of them. I have 2 different computers right now. 2 different computers with TOS open in 2 different computers. And if I change my chart in one, it changes it in all of them. Love it. If I don't want one of them to change, then I can unlink that particular one. I can unlink it right there. You see here? That's a link. See, it says symbol link when it opens up. Same thing over here. You can't see it here because it's not open enough. But if I open this a little more, there it is. You see the red? I can drop that down and change the color. So if I want, I can have it either make the changes for me or not. So if I don't want it to change in, let's say, my computer below, because I want to continue to watch on a big chart, I can unlink that particular one. But meanwhile, I have all my big charts red, and I have a 6-in-1, which I don't really show you right now. That one I can detach. The one I look at the most, okay, it's not going to come up looking pretty in here, but I just want you to see it. And this is a 6-in-1, all right? And I have a time and sales, limit orders, market orders only, TIF, I can change this to day or thing, and this is my auto send. And I can watch 6 different stocks. See, I'm watching, always watch the SPY, CLN, CLVR, EVH, BLTE, and I change these. I usually trade from down here. These are the 3 I trade, or this. I never trade the SPY, but I always watch the SPY. So just to show you, now, see, there's supposed to be letters here, and because of this is a low definition, they disappear. If I come down, there it is. You see how they popped in there? I want you to see what there they popped in. And then if I go straight to the top, And what that allows me to do is to change all this. I can take the time and sales out, put the time and sales back. I can put the top with the buy and sells out of there. And sometimes I just have a chart. But for right now, on mine, I want all those. It's useful for me. I have it set up the way I want it, so I don't care if I can see it, all right? But I work off this 6 and 1. So like before, I said, wow, look at that. EVH hit a new high a day. I'm able to look at it. And I'm also watching CLVR hit a new high a day. And this one, new high a day. And these are all clean on my side. I'm looking at the same thing in front of me, and I just put it up there. I detach it. So for right now, I'm just going to make it lower, and we can keep a look at this. And then if I'm not using my watch list, I just expand this, and then I have my big one, and I can lower this a little bit. All right, and that's how you use TOS. I have other TOS settings. I have another one that has 3 more charts, so it's got everything this one's got in it, but I can go up here and I can add down below and put 3 more charts below it. Okay, and that's another one that I use. So I'm using so many different layouts and setups, but on my computer, all I have to do is go to, let's see, I go to charts, and then I go to flexible grid. Now I'm going to show you something. Oh, it's missing something. Where is it? Oh, level 2 and news and the okay. Now I'm gonna detach this one. I'm just gonna show you all the things that you can do if you know what you're doing, and after a while you can learn how to do it quicker. So here's another one. Now it's got 3 charts, all right, and that wasn't supposed to be news, and I really didn't want it this way. This should have been 3 charts. So this was news. I didn't want news in there. I don't think I can change it. Let's see if I can put it up. Hold on. Let's see if it'll come up. There it is. I want the news off. I really want the chart on. So I want to make sure chart and this. I want chart. I don't want the level 2. And this I just want chart. And I don't really want these. I would take them out of there. But for right now, when I lower this, watch. Okay, so now I would keep the SPY on the right. I want the SPY in this one. All right. Always has, and these are connected. No good. I don't want that connected. So I would unlink this. I don't want it linked. You just unlink it. And I don't want this one linked. And let's say the stock that I'm watching right now, the most right now, would be what? I changed everything, so that's not good. Let's go back to CLNN. Okay. And now let's say I want to watch CLN. This one I leave linked to this one. Why? Because this one here is in a 1 minute. All right. It's in a 1 minute. And this one here is should be in a 5 minute, and then I'd have to fix it. And the stuff below I don't really want in there. So if I don't want that stuff, I don't know if I can do it from here. I can just go, you go into here into studies, and I can edit the studies. And just for in here, I could take out, I don't need the RSI in there. I don't need the MACD on that one. I really don't even need on this little one. I don't need the 200. I don't need the 50. I need the 13 and the VWAP. And that's how I want it to look on this chart here, and then I can make it a little bigger. The other thing that I would want, and I would fix in, is I go here, and let's say I go to settings, then I go to appearance, and I would fill in the gap. And also, I don't like this color. So I don't like this color, so what do? I just go to that's the border, that's the color of the stock. Fill it in, I go down here. This is how quick you can learn to do these things. I like red, okay? So I go to red, and then I don't like this border line on it, so I want a different color of red, let's say. I still want that red and red. I don't like that red. Go here, make it a little lighter, so you can see the border. I apply that and do this. Now they're filled in, and that's how I want to see it. And I try to do the same thing up here. And this is how you can fill out your charts and how fast you can change things. And I'll do these later. I have it saved somewhere. I just have to save it, and then when I bring it over, it should be correct. So you can see how easy you can make changes to charts. And this one here, now if this is in my way and I want to see more chart, I can just get rid of DB. I can get rid of level 2, and I can get rid of this. So I have no level 2 right now, all right, which I like to have, but I've got my charts, all right, and I can just fix these and correct them. And these things I usually just, I told you, I take them out. I take them out because when it's in my computer trade in front of me, I utilize it. But up here, just for you guys, I want you to see more of the, I'm going to get rid of this anyway. I want you to see more of this, the active trader. And that's really the same chart as this. The only difference is I put 3 more monitors below it. And why would I want that? Well, for a very good reason. I like to watch other stocks, and my big chart is more important to me than my 3 little ones. But I do trade out of those 4 and 1. The 6 and 1, I mean. I trade from there. I don't trade from the big stock. But there are times that my laptop freezes up. I'm in the middle of a trade. I can go right over to here, and I'll have this set up, and I'll be on the 500, and I can cancel the whole trade, or just continue with my trade till I want it, instead of freaking out like, oh my God, what am I gonna do? I gotta get TUS on the phone. They gotta cancel this trade, and I'm going crazy. I can't believe this is happening to me. And don't think it hasn't happened to me. When I was a brand new trader, man, I freaked out. Okay, but they were able to help me, and there were times that I proved it was their fault. They canceled the whole trade. I only do that if I'm losing. If I'm winning, even if it's a lesser amount than I should have gotten, I just keep my mouth shut and say, okay, thank you so much for the help. Because they mark down every time they do something for you. So if I'm doing them to do a favor to me, it better count. It better be because I got my ass kicked and it was their fault. They tried to prove me wrong about 3 months ago on a stock. And I lost a lot of money that I could have made. But I ended up losing like $100 that I shouldn't have lost. And I called them up and I stayed on the phone for an hour. And these guys were telling me, I'm going, listen, I put in a cancel on this thing, or I put in a sale, and it took almost 45 seconds. I even canceled it. And then after it was canceled, 30 seconds later, it went in. Well, I go, you may see when I put it in, but your thing is all off and it's not doing the orders correctly. And I said, listen, I got an account with over $25,000. I've been with you for 4 years. Why the freak am I going to fight with you for $100? You're going to lose my business. I'm going to leave. Okay, you're making money off of me. I did over $30 million of in, out on stocks you make money on. Give me the $100 or we're done. And when I'm all finished, tomorrow morning, Mr. Rudnick, the $100 will be in your account. Listen, when you're right, stick up for what you're right. It's a moral thing. It's not always the money. I showed the guy all the time I'm fighting with you, I could have been trading that same stock right now with 2,000 shares and just made $2,000-$3,000 while we're fighting over 100. He goes, you're right. You know what? When you're right, you're right. Stick up for what's right. They're not always right. They're not. Your broker is not always right. But you can't do that all the time, okay? You can only do it when it's really right, when you're right. Because they see everything. They do. And they try to get away with anything, too. That's just the way they are. Okay, where are we sitting right now? Are we sitting pretty? Anybody in any trades? Anything anyway on the left? The stock's still moving. This stock still can go. I'm going to remove the drawing. I'm going to go up to the high of the day at 417. You're going to see the line come back. And I'm doing it on another computer because it makes it easier. And there we go. And you can see my line. And it's popping over that line. And I have a feeling there's a very good chance that CLNN, before the end of the day, could produce a new higher day. There's no guarantees. If I look, I see there's a lot of news on it this morning. Rescue trial. That was the one with the trial. They rescued the trial. So it's good news for them. It's not the greatest news in the world. I don't know where it will come up if we were to look at, I'll pull up right now, and if we were to go look up in the stock thing and put in, let's see, I haven't put it on the hot press. So I put in hot press keywords, I pull it up. If we were to go into the news thing today and open that up, I have to go see grants, money, investors accepted. There's accepted on phase 1. Phase 2 receives. Now, if I go into the news on this stock that we were just talking about, and I open that up, let's see, let me go in here, and I go into the morning, and where we go, 6/14/23/12, here it is, participates in panel discussion about innovations for ALS presented by Maximum Group and hosted. That was one thing. Next thing, it says therapeutics goes up by 70%. After Monday rise, significantly decreased mortality in a rescue. That sounds like positive. Sounds like somebody. It says they opened label extension. They extended their trial. So it's like positive information. It's something that's positive. Okay. So if I go in here, actually look at that. If you look under phase 3, there it is. Positive news. There was nothing else that was really. It says beneficial. Breakout, acquires, it didn't acquire anything, expanded. You have to look down these words. Promising, well, it could be promising. That's still phase 2. But on phase 3 underneath it says something that's positive. That was something positive, and that's why this stock went up, according to this, almost 70% or 30%, whatever it was. Today, I don't think there's any stock over right now 25%. So if you went into If you went into his CLNN, which one is it? Yeah, that one there. If I open it up right now, it's up 29%. It could have been up a little bit more earlier. So, but there's no stocks today that were really up a great deal that we could have made a fortune on. There was nothing really running. You know, there's some up and down. You could have made some money today, but you had to be more careful. Does this all make sense? Or did I lose somebody? Because I see 3 of you are gone. By the way, if any of you are not subscribed to my live stream, when you go into the lobby, or if you open up another lobby while you're in here, you can open up. You can just go in and open it up through another. What do you call it? I just closed it. You can go in through your. You can go into here, into the lobby. Don't do it in here, okay? Because it'll take you out of here. Let's see. Does it take you out of here? No. It opens up another one. You can just open that up. You can just hit that button. It brings you to the lobby, and you'll see on the top left of my name where it says subscribed or subscribe. If it's in white and it says subscribe, just click it and subscribe to my thing. When I come out with my free pamphlet that Adrian and I are putting together, it's been a lot of work and a long time coming. It's something I'm going to give out to all the people that are subscribed. So be one of them. I got 333 subscribers. I'd like to get to an even number. Somebody hook me up and help me out here. So if you're not subscribed, okay, and that's really about it. Got 2:51 in the afternoon. If I go and I check real quick, and you see how fast I put it all back together after I lost everything. Oh, not that one. I don't want that one. What happened to my scanner? Here we go. So if you look, I'm on the Stock Hacker, Stock Scanner. You can't change it from here. See, before he showed the intersect. I don't know what that really was. I wonder if you can do the intersect for here, but that's for stocks. I don't know. I got to figure out more. There's so much to learn about this, and so many tools that I haven't even scratched the surface. But if you're newer than I am, I can help you with quite a bit. And I'm continually learning. Just like last night, I went off and I haven't even gone over but maybe 1 or 2 pages with you today. I printed off 9 pages just about options and just things that I'm interested. Things I already know, but things I want to share with you. And unless you're really interested, I'll go over more. But I print out papers all the time. Luckily, I have a black and white laser printer supplied to me by Jerry Soptic, who I helped 1.5 years ago. He has a printing business, and I had a printer that died on me, so he sent it to me as a gift. And I never asked people for money when I helped them or I called them up. And Jerry and I spent hours, and Jerry picked it up very quick. And now he's mostly a shorter. He doesn't. He's still in the rooms. I don't know if let's see. If I look at him to see if he's in there, J-E-R. Here he is, Jerry Soptic. He's in there. But he never says anything anymore. He's just busy, okay? But he's still a member, and he feels indebted to Tradecaster because we've taught him a lot, and he's made a lot of money. And but he was very back then. He gave me this printer, and I use it now to help you guys because I print up stuff. So I'm more like last night. I fell asleep. I was going to read it. I like to read it before I give it to you, okay? I have read through it once. When I see it, when I print it, because I'm reading, and what I'm doing is I'm copying and pasting into a Word document, and then I go further and I copy, I put it to work, so I am reading it, but then I like to read it again, relaxed, and then I read it to you guys to help you in things that I think will be useful to you later on, especially in options. And I got a long way to go, but I think we all have a long way to go. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. You know, we would just trade and we'd be gone. I know people that come here and they trade, and by 10:30, 11, they're done. They're done, and they've made $5,000, $30,000. There are guys in here making $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 a day. There were guys in here used to post it. They don't post it anymore. They don't want to make you feel bad that they're making so much money. And I tell these people, don't feel that way. It shows people that there's hope and that they too can make that kind of money one day. All of us. I'm not making that kind of money. I'm being honest with you. I've lost money this year. Last year I did okay. But you know what? It's up and down. And because I keep changing style, I'm figuring out what is me. And that's why I think, like, some people come in like Doc Savage, okay? Doc Savage, I worked with him, and when he was done with me, he went and paid AK-47 $33 an hour and worked with him, and he learned a lot from him because there are things that AK-47 does that does differently than I, you should listen to him. You should go in and out different times. I know he gets off beat. Just write on the board. Get back to, get back to what we really want to hear, okay? Or talk to him personally. Send him personally. He does look at all his personal messages. And he does pretty much like he said, I forgot to answer you last night. I said, no, it's fine. You answered me. You took care of something. But you know what? And he's a great guy. AK-47 is a great guy, Matt, I like Matt. He's a good kid. He's young. He's very personable. I met him in person. I got little problems with him. I'm having a hard time picking up from him. I want to learn what he did that he made 1.1 million. But I know some other people, the same as I, they've been listening and they're not getting it, and I don't understand. And I think maybe it's mainly because we want to see him trade, and he doesn't trade in the afternoons. And he doesn't do live stream in the morning. He should really live stream when he's doing something. Take one day and say, you know what? I'm going to live stream at the same time that I'm trading. I've traded. I'm not chasing today. I started to trade one stock this morning, made $7, and said, you know what? I'm not trading today. I made a decision not to trade. And that was the one. If I stayed in, I picked the right one. I picked the right timing. I would have made $400 or $500, and I didn't make anything. So that's the way it is. It's okay. I'm helping you guys out. And again, if you don't know how to set these up, this is wrong. This is an old setting saved, and I have to get rid of this one and not use it again, or save it the right way. And this is the way it should be, 1 in 5, no more than 10 bars. And you can see right now, CLNN, the one we have, number 1, BTNY, not much happening, penny stock. This one here, EVG, that's a warrant. See the word warrant? See the W? Always be a W if it's a warrant. We don't trade warrants. Can you trade warrants? Yes, you can. But truthfully, they don't move usually as much as the stock itself. Don't trade the warrants. I have traded them before, but it was a mistake before I knew. And here you got FNGR. It's like this stock's giving you the finger, but it's really, it opened at 122. It's not moving. You're talking pennies. There's nothing happening right now. So folks, sit back. Take it easy, relax. When there's not that much, you can tweak these out and go down. Go down to 4%, okay? Watch what happens. I'm going to take this 40 and I'm going to make it 30,000. So I'm looking for stocks that have volume of over 30,000. Maybe something just popped up with news, okay? Hit my scan button and you say, I only came up with one more. It's not. There's nothing happening. It is that slow right now, okay? And this one here, CLNN, did not hit a new high. It tried. It came up to 414. It doesn't mean it's not done. We are 3 minutes from power hour. So power hour used to mean just what it says. It was a power hour. Stocks just took off. People waited. And then all of a sudden, bam, these stocks would just take off, And I don't see it anymore. It's not happening like it used to. That's really strange. Where is my power hour? I have a thing called power hour. Wow, it's missing. Where did it go? Where did my power hour go? Let me look down here. Stock setups, deck quotes. Here it is, power hour. So what happens is it's 2:58, and I can go like this and click in here, and you can see. And I let people know, like I'm in Deck's room, that we're at power hour. Really, we have 2 minutes. I did it 2 minutes early. All right, does anybody have any questions for me? Is there any stock I'm not seeing you want me to look at? Is there anything, level 2, options? Is there anything you want me to go over with you? While you're figuring that out, I'm going to have the last almond cracker. Come on, folks. Get involved here. That's what Deck was trying to tell you before. He's trying to tell you, ask questions. Get involved. You don't want to just hear my voice all day long. Some of you've got questions. Some of you've got help where you can help others in here. Put it on the board. Please. Thank you, Dazzle Jules and Mary Gay. I see you guys typing away. I know you can see me, but don't think I can't see you. Uh-oh. Dazzle went away. Come back. Come back. What time can I ask for some mentoring? We were supposed to get together. I have your number, don't I? We can do it after 4. Probably the best time. Let's see. I know. Eve, right? I got you. Okay, I got you. Why don't we talk? Is today good? Good for me. Is it good for you? I think that you're better off doing options on blue chip stocks more than penny stocks. Why do I say that? Because options can be very tricky. They can be very profitable, but they can also be very costly. Stock trading is the only game, and this is a game. You know, from what I know, living like Matt, his father was a stock trader in this room before Matt was. And Matt used to watch him, and Matt was a gamer. So he set him up with paper trade, with real time, okay? And Matt used to make a game out of it, and he got good at it in the last year before he traded for real. And then when he was 17, he was about to go off to college. He said to his dad, listen, I know you got $30,000 put aside for me for the first year. Can I use that money and trade with it? And he turned $30,000 into $1.1 million. I wish he'd tell us all exactly how he did it, okay? Because every time I get in there, and I've listened for 3 hours here, I've listened to Matt over 20 hours in the last 2 months, and I just can't figure out his system. I don't get it. And I'm not stupid. I got 149 IQ. I mean, I'm right up there. I just can't get it. I don't know. Is it me? Is it you? I've spoken to some other people. They don't get it either. You know, I want to get it. Like yesterday, he said he was using, instead I erased it, I used to use the 50, the 20, the 200 SMA, the 50 SMA, which are only good on a daily. Unless you have a chart on a daily, they're worthless, okay? And so I only use now the VWAP, and I use upper and lower, which is gone. My charts were lost. And when you want to do that, folks, if you lose it, all you got to do is you go into here. Watch, real quick. Before I do anything, I just want to take this off. I don't think it'll come off. I'll do it after. You come in here and you go into your VWAP. I did it before, but remember I lost everything. So you go into lower band and put on the plot. Go to upper band, put on the plot, and save it. This was something I brought over. It wasn't saved in the other one. See, now I've got the upper plot here. And you can see how the stock went to the upper plot right there. It went right over the upper plot. And here's your lower plot. It's in another color. It's down, let's see. Let's take, here's my squeeze lines. I don't know where it is. I don't see it. Didn't save it? Hold on. Oh, I did it again. VWAP. Let's see. Upper plot, lower plot. No, but it is saved. It's just not in there. Apply, say OK. I want to take that off so I don't make any mistakes. Right, it should be a different color. If I go to my VWAP, which, oh, there it is, down here. There it is. There's your lower. You see, it is here, right there. We're nowhere near there right now. So right now, you see my lines from before? If I want, I can go take this away real quick. I'm going to show you why. I go to 417. Look on the right. You see, 18, 16, 17. I go boom. And I take it to the newest high, put the line right on top of it, right there. Okay, so now you can see I'm waiting for that squeeze. There's my squeeze area in here. This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this stock to get a little closer. It is pretty close. The only spread is only about 2 cents. So when it gets in here a little closer, I want to see this thing take off. I want to see it squeeze. So it gets in here. It's either going to squeeze 2 ways. It's going to squeeze up. And I told you, at 417 is an odd number. Very rarely do you see a stock end its day with a number like that. You might see it pop up to 422, 424. 425, though it's an odd number, is a solid number because it's a next step up. Every step, when you get to a certain price, okay, right here, that might not be the step, but when you get over a certain point, like 875, everything is in 25 cents. $9, $9.25, $9.50, $9.75. And the only way you can learn something differently about that, okay, you see my lines in here, is if I set up what's called a Fibonacci, all right? So to do that, I have to go here, and I got to go here to this. Now I'm going to show you something. I have to go to CLNN. I know the high of the day, but I need the low of the day too. Now the low of the day is $3.08. Wow, this is wrong. Hold on, let me just I have to re-thing it. 308. Here it is. 308 to 417. So what I'd have to do, I'll go to 5 minutes, make it easier. I have to go to 417. Ready? 417 is the high of the day. Right there. Right there. Oh, I had it. Boom. And then I bring this down to, what did I say? 308. Boom, 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 boom. Got it. Now, if you look at this, I'm going to open this back up. I'm going to go back to a 3 minute. You'd see here, these are the different steps now. I'm going to go open it up all the way to 1 minute. It's better. So right now, we're in here. You don't want to buy really in here. You want to buy somewhere in here. You really want to buy in the beginning, in the day, it was 23 and the 38% bracket. But these are your steps. So as you see right now, this has got a hold. If this goes lower than 376, 375, this stock is dead. So 394 is your next step up. You see it over here, folks? This is a Fibonacci chart. Okay? I'm not telling you to use it for every stock. There are some people who went Fibonacci crazy when I taught them this stuff. It's just like, you know what? And when you're going long, you start from the top down. When you're shorting a stock, you would start on the bottom. It would change all these numbers and switch them around. Okay? It might only be pennies difference, but when you're short, you start your brackets from down here and to up here. You go this way. You see now your 0% is on the top. But for right now, I don't want to mess you guys up. So I'm going to take this and remove the drawing. See? But you start from the bottom up. When you're going long, you go from the top down. So at the top, you have your resistance. That's your resistance. 417. That's where the stock has its higher day. And your lower of the day is 308. And these are your brackets. And these are the brackets. So we know if this stock gets over 394, there's a good chance if it goes and holds. And now here's my lines from today. If it gets past this point, which is about over $4, it can go to 417. And then I'd have to change the brackets again because it'll go to the next step up, which is probably around 425. Does this make sense to all of you? I'm going to take this off. I don't want to confuse anybody. Oops, what did I do? I duplicated it. Shoot. What did I do? Remove drawing. Okay, there we go. And we're back to where we were. And that's a Fibonacci chart. And then you got to go back and put your drawing line back in. All right, so things like this, they're really cool. They're good tools. Listen, there's so many tools in here. Some people use Bollinger Bands. What does that mean? I can go into here. I can go into here. And I can type in what is it? There it is. Bollinger Bands, crossover. Bollinger Bands. It's just another tool. I can add this. But I don't want too many tools on my thing. The more tools I got on here, the more it's going to slow down. So you find what works for you. Find what works for you and stick with it. There's no right or wrong. If I use candlesticks and use Bollinger Bands with your candlesticks, it doesn't make you right or wrong. If it works for you, there's a guy came in here the other day. He said, I use, and I put it in here. It may not be in this one because this is remember I lost everything before. But he said, I use SCO, S-C-H, what was it? S-H, nope, it's S-C. S-C-H. I can't find it. Somebody know what it is? Let me see if I can find it. It's called, hold on. Give me a second. It's in this one. It's in this charts. Uh-oh. I can't get out. I'm jammed. I'm stuck. That can't be. Oh, wow. Oh, I'm jammed because of this. That's why. Oh, yeah, it's not in there. It's not in there. Okay, so if I go into charts, it's called, it has to be charts and charts. Here it is. Nope. Oh, this one doesn't even have it. Wow, this is another old one. I've got RSI and MACD in here. That needs to be changed. I got to change my own. Just get rid of the MAC. I'm going to get rid of the RSI. You don't need RSI. So, like I said, I pulled up an old one. I'd have to pull up my newer one. It was SH something or other. That's it. Thank you, mainly. Oh my God, ST. So you can go in here, and you can go to here, and you can go. I wasn't looking at the board, and you go to ST, and then you'll see ST what? OCH, and I know it was slow. So there it is. So I go boom. I add this. I'll add this over here. I don't need the RSI ever in there, and MACD. I can use them together. Okay. And there, and now you'll see I only have the MACD, but if I open this up, it doesn't pop. See, I lose it. Some reason, some charts it works, some of my computers it works. This one, like I told you, I got a problem with it. So I'll just get rid of my MACD for right now. I apply this, and now you see there's my lines. And what it tells you is when it comes down to here, all right, you know you're at the bottom, you know you want to go up, so you'll buy. And when it comes up here and these lines cross, you want to get out. You want to go down. Am I saying that right? All right. So these lines tell you something. When they cross, you want to make a change. Okay. So usually when they cross over, it goes down. This one, it's coming from down. When they cross over, you want to go up. Okay, that's what I'm reading from very little that I don't even know anything about this, other than somebody told me. See, I figured it out. Somebody told me. Now, I don't know what the time distance is in here, opposed to looking at a MACD that has a lot of colors in it. I actually also like. I'm gonna get rid of this for 1 second, and then this. See, this is a plot line which I didn't have on. Okay, so here's something else we came up with. So let's open this up. All right, and we're gonna look here. It says show plot names. Slow D, oversold, down signal. Okay, what is this? No, up signal. What was the one we said? Slow K, show the plot. Slow D, overbought. That's it. Overbought, oversold. They're in there. One was blue, overbought. They're both blue. Okay, but what we wanted to do is here. We want to change it. It should tell me. On the high or low, what was it? Overbought, oversold. Here it is. Overbought shouldn't be 80. It should be 70. Okay, so change that to 70, and oversold should be at 30. Okay, and then that blue line will probably pop up. Okay, so here, apply it, say okay, and now you got the two lines. So when you see a stock over these blue lines, you know that a stock is overbought. When you see here, you know the stock's oversold. But I personally love the RSI for that. So I can look here, and I don't have to put the RSI in a daily. I just have it in my watch list. I can look at any stock and tell you exactly where the RSI is at. And this is RSI. These lines, these blue lines, are RSI. It's telling you overbought, oversold. That's exactly what the RSI is set up to. So I could even do this. I can go hit this button and put it to the high and say, wow, look at this. This stock is at 79. This FFIE, but I can't, hard to borrow. I might be able to short it, I might not. These are stocks you might want to short. PLRX, definitely in a position to be shorted. Here's one I can short, GOSS. So now I'm going to put this back the way it was. I want it percentage that way. So GOSS, I can go now and I can go look at GOSS, even though we're watching another stock. I know we were watching it before. It's gone. Why did I get rid of it? GOSS. If I look at GOSS, I know it's a shortable stock. Let's see. GOSS. It's overbought. Look where it's at. Look at this. Look, it's climbing. So right there at 11.58, I could have shorted this stock down to 11.12. Right now, I knew it was shortable. I knew it was overbought. And I knew I should have been watching it. I was watching it earlier. It disappeared out of my list because I lost my list before, and now I had to rebuild a different list in my other computer. So you can see right there, it tells me. So if this thing goes back up again, all right, if it hits high again, all right, what's the news? 1352, 12 healthcare. We go down to the beginning of the day, and the day is the 14th. There's 510, 69, 713. That's yesterday. This is this morning. And then you can look at the news. $14. It says the price target to $14 from 10. All right, so it's all about moving that they're thinking this stock's going to go up. Twitter surged 8%. These stocks, GOSS obviously works with maybe stocks like Amazon and Target, and it's a consumer stock. It's price target outperforms rating. All right, but we don't know that it's not going to pull back. Where did it start off this morning? And if we look at the pre-market, this stock started here at about $9.47. This stock can easily pull back to $10. Okay, this might be a good stock to hold overnight. And it seems that it's now doing nothing, and it's come down quite a bit. It might come down more because the people who made money are going to say, you know what, I want to take my profit, and they're going to get out. And especially tomorrow's Friday, so it might jump again tomorrow. I would keep an eye on GOSS tomorrow. Or if you want to swing trade, I'm not telling you to swing trade this stock, but there's the reason why it might be a stock worth redoing. Right now, this stock is trying. All right, that's on a 1 minute. What am I on here? I'm on a 1 minute. My chart looks so different in both of them. But if I shrink this down a little bit, all right, you'll get an idea. This stock, it's going up and down. It's not being too, but it looks like it's still trying. It could get one more peak, or, and this 50 line, don't worry about it. This is an old 50-day, which I don't really want anymore. I've pretty much been taking those out. They're old. I used to use 50 and 200. See, there's your 50. That's a red one. That'll get rid of it. Apply. Okay. All right, so you can see, and that's the 200. I don't want that one either. I'm getting rid of all that stuff. I'm starting to use different setups. And I may even put an 8 and 20, but if I use an 8, I don't need a 13. I have to see how it works for me. I'm so used to the 13. The stocks usually follow the 13 that I know that a stock is bullish or bearish, above or below. I want to know why. Okay, can't do today. That's what happened last time. Interest alert options. Any chance you have in the morning? Mornings are the worst time. Okay, I know you're in California, but it's not. The mornings are just too busy, and we're setting up, so that's the worst time for me to do this. So it either has to be on the weekends or later at nighttime. Okay, and I turn my computers after 7, 8, which is 5 your time. So it would have to be on the weekend, Eve. Okay, keep that in mind. We will get together. I'm still learning, so I will continue teaching you in here. Please, if you got questions in here, make sure you post them on the board. It's really, really important that you post that stuff in here. So, okay? So I go over a lot of stuff, and I know I jump all over, but at least I'm not jumping into redneck country about the geese that I got this day, and I used a 12-gauge shotgun, but they were such small birds, so I went down to a 16-gauge. Listen, I ain't going to talk to you about this stuff. I don't even play with guns. All right? I'm just kidding with you. I try to keep it stock related most of the time. Sometimes we got to have a little fun, but I think more of me than anybody here. I talk more than most people like Deck, and I get it out there. I'm trying to give you as much information as possible to help you. But if you don't ask more questions, if the people that are in here, if you don't put the questions, then they're never going to get answered. Don't worry about if you think it's a stupid question. Listen, there was a guy this morning I thought asked a really stupid question about the economy. And do you think the SPY is going to continue to come down? Well, do you think the economy is going to get worse or better? But I didn't say that's a stupid question. I just put it back on him and said, do you think the economy is going to get better or worse over the next 2 to 3 months? Which way you think it's going? Can we please try to keep on track here? Saki, I am on track. Where you been? But he knows. The other day he told me, and we talk on the side. He said, I was going to go in there and say something when you started to get political, but I'm not getting political today. Today I'm really on the mark. And GOSS, I don't know why. This actual, I'm seeing it differently. I have a better definition monitor in front of me, and maybe some of you do too, but it looks so different than what I'm looking on the monitor that I think that you're seeing it. So, but I just know that this stock is trying movement right now, and I told you I thought it was a good short. It was a better short back here at the high of the day. It was a great short, and TOS, it was definitely shortable, but I really think that there's still a good short. I think the stock may come back down tonight to at least maybe around the VWAPs. That would be about right. About 1085, maybe even lower. Just don't know yet. We'll have to wait and see. See if I'm right. Right now we're in power hour, and I don't see no power to this hour going on in any stock. And we were watching before. I'm going to go back real quick. I know some people are watching this. It's not doing anything. Very little. It's going up and down. My high definition screen shows more movement than that screen on top that you're seeing. I got to change them. You'll see it better. And here, this one here was this GOEV, which pretty much was this morning. I can't short this one anyway. It's hard to borrow and CLNN, which you can see my lines. I told you before, it either has to be here or here. You see where it ended up? So we're not really any good. I can take this line out if I remove this drawing. And now, I don't really need this one either. If I remove this and I go here now from this 417, come on, is this working? What's happening here? Oh, I got an arrow. That's not good. Go here. If I go here to 417, that was the high of the day. I click and then I take it right. I could go to here or this low one. I'll cross over everything. And there, you can see now we have what's called a descending triangle or descending. Because I don't want to go this way, and if I go this way, it's still descending, no matter how you look at it. If I go from here to here, you see, but what's happening? What's happening, folks? It looks like it's trying. These are these whammies. It's trying to get up there. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. It's tried to break over. It can't get there. And what's happening? It's building lower lows. When a stock builds lower lows, and now you can see the squeeze, and if you look on here, what's happening, I'm looking at my own screen, you can't see what I'm doing. If you look on here, what's happening is, Again, I'll say it again. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 whammies trying to get over, but what's happening is it's descending. It's getting lower. See, it just went over that time, 401, but is it going to hold? It's going to squeeze down. It's still in a downward transition. Even if I draw another one to the highest point, okay? Even if I draw it to the highest point and change it, okay? Because there's where it tried again. Again, you'll see it's still in a descending triangle. Even if I take this one out, I change it as they happen. Deck leaves it, but you can see what's happening. You're in a descending triangle. It's getting lower and lower. Eventually, it's either going to spike really hard, because I told you before, I don't see 417 as a proper high of the day. I'm not saying that it can't happen, but somebody's going to peak this thing up one time to try to get to 425. And unless it holds, it's going to drop. If it doesn't break over $4, folks, in the next, I would say by around 330, 335, after 330, if it doesn't hit that, then it's going to drop. Probably back to the VWAP or lower. Okay? So right now, it's trying. It's trying. Okay? There it goes. Like I said, it's trying. And there it goes. I told you, we're going to go for a new high a day. Mark my words, 425. See if active trader is in his right mind. I mean, that is where traders, I thought, would try to want to bring this stock today to $5. And CLNN, if you look at CLNN, okay, let's see where it is. Here it is, 389. It's got a 52-week high of 1369. Even if I go back 1 month, this stock's got a high of $4 again. It hasn't been able to hold its gains. Here's one back again. I'm going back about 6 months. It has not been over $4.12. It's not been in the last 6 months. The highest it's been is today. And if I go year to date, bingo, there it is. January, there it is. January of this year, it was up. No, January too. $4.17. That's so weird. January was around $4.17. So we're at the same place. Can we get over that mark? We're at 410. We're trying. We're trying. Who thinks that CLNN will make a new high a day today? How many of you think that this stock will make a new high a day? I don't want to vote on it, but just put it on the board. Just yes or no. My opinion, I say yes. I think it's going to go, but I wouldn't bet on it, because if you go in there, it's going to hit it and it's going to come down really quick. Anybody else? You all hear me, right? Am I talking to myself? Hey, Seki, am I talking to you? Can we please try? I love it. Anybody else think it's going to go? Come on. You want me to make a poll, don't you? Here we go. Come on. Here we go. If I could just show you what I see. Wow. 15. Here we go. Here we go. And look, and like I told you, that's the upper VY line right there. You see again how it goes each time. Right there to the upper VWAP line. And there we go. 15. Look at this. It's trying. It wants to go. What was the float on this again? Anybody remember? 100 was this one 130? 160? What was it? Anybody know what the float on the stock was? Yeah. Well, since nobody seems to be even answering me, I'll look it up. Okay. 115. It was only 15.77. This stock's gonna go. It's gotta go. I think it will. I do too. CZAJ. I meant to ask you. I'm going to ask you personally something. Where is it? How do I send the message? Okay. You have real name. Oh, forget I had my caps lock on. I'm sorry. Let me just see what I was trying to say to you. Hold on 1 second. Okay, see. Daniel, hold on. Kieran, Tim, Adrian. Where did I see it? Robin, Josh. I saw it. Justin kill him. Hey, baby girl. My cat's behind me. I saw it in here somewhere. Okay, maybe it's not. That's it. Okay. Copy. Okay. CZ, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Shizakin? I sent you a private message on the bottom, underneath the chat room. You see the private message? Can you open that up and look at that? I needed to ask you something. And I was right. You were wrong. I told you all 425, and then it's going to come down. And what did it hit? Active traders right again. 425, folks. New higher day. So I do know a little something about reading charts. And that's the important part, is that you know why, okay, and how to read the charts to understand where a stock's going to go. Now, I think if it holds, it's going to go even higher, and I think it's trying. I don't think the stock's done. This might be your aftermarket. You got it. I didn't. You know what I'm talking about. You know who you are. I just didn't want to say it out in front of everybody. Okay? Thank you. All right, and now you can see $4.25, new high day. And I told you that if it gets over 417, it'll probably go to the next leg, which is $4.25, and it'll probably pull back at that point. And you can see, and on mine, it's a really, really high doji. But you can see in here, you see the shadows, 1, 2, 3, 4. It tried, and at 15 million as a float, it's not really that large of a float, but it is. There's another new high, 426. What did I tell you about even numbers? There's a superstition about certain people don't like, and there it goes, 429. I told you, if it gets over 4 and it holds and it gets to the new high day, this is the stock right here. That was your swing trade. Let's see if it becomes the swing trade or if it pulls back. We got to see if it holds. But this stock, I'm telling you, I would see traders trying to get this stock to $5. Just like, what was there another stock this morning? Got to $5, and I told everybody then, it will get to $5 and it's going to pull back. That wasn't this stock. This stock never got there because this is the high of the day. What was the other stock? And what I just told you, nobody in here knows. Just you. I'm talking privately. Private conversations. Anyway. Thank you. Thank you again. Anyway, 430. That's a good high number. Good high of the day. It's still, remember I told you? I thought this might start moving at about 330, 335. I don't think this stock's done yet, folks. This stock could go for a quick... You could see this thing just fly all of a sudden and just like hit the number. So let's see what happens here. We're going to continue to watch. At least I know I'm watching the right stock. I'm going to put this on a 3-minute for down here. And I want you to see this. If you look now, oh, wrong mouse. If you look, where am I? 3-minute. I could be watching on a 5-minute, but this is beautiful. Okay? And if you look on a 5-minute, I want to watch on a 3 because there's a stock. There you go. But I like it on the 3-minute better. I never did get used to that 5 minute. But you can see it's a nice step up. And now what we can do is I'm going to do it down here on my computer. And wow, I'm going to take this off, remove 430. Since this is the high of the day, we can take this from here to the 430, and the same thing from here, which is the down step here, to now you can see I'm going to bring it back down to the 3 minute, and you can see now, probably could have changed this around a little bit. It was different on a different number. Let's see, let's remove this drawing here, go from here to there. Alright, you can see now we are in a channel. Okay, now I got that word written down, I don't forget it. We got this down, but you can see how it's changed here, and now you can see, and I like to do this to this, and you can see now, if you look at this, you can see we are in a ascending triangle. So we changed from a descending when it was 417, how just 13 cents can change the whole chart. We went from a descending triangle before to now an ascending triangle. And that shows me that this stock can go. It can go up. And we want to see now at this point if we can get to what I told you before, to the, wow, let's see if I want to change something. I can see it better on my higher definition. I want to take this away and go from here, beautiful, to, okay, right there. Okay, pretty much that's it. We want to try to see if we can keep now above. So even though we really don't want it, we got the triangle here. That's your lower line. This lower line is more your support, but here we want to try to keep it into this area here and get it into here right there. If we get it in there, it's a home run. So if it moves over to here and then goes up there, we got a home run. Then this stock has a good chance of going to $5. And I'm in a 3 minute, and we've got about it still looks good, and if you look at a 5 minute, it's still good. That's the first real pullback since then, and it's taken a rest because you got lower, what do you call it right now? Let me get rid of this. We're not really using it anyway. You still got 155. Well, that's on 3. That's about 50,000. That's why I like the 1 minute, because on a 1 minute I can see the actual. We got 30,000. 30,000 is your real deal. Let me take a look at that. Thank you so much. I gotta save that. Thank you. You know, it's just so nice. Some of the things that some of you, you know, you are. Sometimes people come and they say things to me that makes me feel like, you know what, it's all worth it. Even though I miss the trades that I want to do, sometimes it's just all worth it. It is. Because it's never all about money. When you make everything in your life all about money, it's like you lose. You do. Let's see. I gotcha. I'll put you in the book that we're doing. Fantastic. You know what? I try to explain this, and so you're able to do this yourself. You know what? What we really need to do is to help each and every one of you learn to become an independent trader. Do I need a chat room? Do I really need a chat room at this point when I know what I know? I'm the guy who's putting out the alerts to you guys. That's what I used to do in the mornings. I was the guy putting out all the alerts. Now, what happened, you're still on that, aren't you? The incomes. They have at least 7. At least. Not have at least. That's right. You get to a point that if you know how to use your scanners, if you know how to go to Benzinga, premarket.com, there are certain places you can figure out what stocks are going to be. But then you learn how to chart properly, okay? You learn what's right, what's wrong, when you're chasing, when you're doing the right things. And then you don't need a chat room, but who the hell wants to do this alone? It's really nice to come in here, and then sometimes, like, you can't be everywhere. You can't be at your scanner and this and that. I've seen places, I saw once, I love it, I wish I could find it. I saved it, I'd love to find it. A guy walks in, he used to work on Wall Street, and he walks in, and he's got like a warehouse. It's like a small, small double warehouse, like the size of 2 bedrooms. And he's got 50 monitors on the wall. And he stands. And he's got a platform desk. And there's about, I don't know, 20 mice and 20 keyboards. And he's controlling a certain amount with each one. And he knows where, he must have lines on the table so he can know which one to do what. Or they're numbered. Number 50, number 30. And I can't see it. But this guy, he came in and he said, you know what, I never trade stocks more than $5 and rarely past 10. He goes, I worked for Wall Street making people millions of dollars, and now I'm doing it for myself. But the point is, you know what, we can learn how to be that kind of a trader. Look at that, 430, even number, high of the day. We can learn how to do that, but the fact is, do you want to? Is it fun to do this alone? And on the other hand, if you get one good alert that you didn't see from me, from AK, from Alex Vaughn, from Deck, if you get really one good that you didn't see yourself that makes you more than $100 for that month, wasn't it worth it? $100, $119, whatever it costs, one alert can make you thousands. It's up to you. If you lose, it's because you rushed it. Your timing was wrong. You were halfway in the middle between resistance and support. You got to be patient. You got to wait for that pullback. And I'd make the same mistakes myself. Stupid mistakes. I make thousands of dollars and give it back in one day. You know what? It's like you got to do it. If you do this right, if you get up early in the morning and don't hesitate, because if you hesitate, he who hesitates loses. He who hesitates loses. Sometimes I've got into certain things where somebody just said something and I just jumped. And I always made money. I did. Because it was the person who said it too. Okay? If one of you guys that I don't really know that well came and you're not a proven trader, I'm not going to jump. I'm going to check it all out first. But there are certain people, when they say jump, you say how high. You remember when E.F. Hutton used to speak? Everybody used to listen. Some of you may not be old enough to remember that. But that's the way it is. There are certain people in here that are definitely worth, it's a downtrend line you originally drew from the 417, correct. And if I came back in and I drew it back, I'll put it back for a second, just so you can see that line that you're talking about. The 417 was about, where was it? 414, 416, so it was around here, 417. So it was around here, and before it was probably something like that. So I'm going to open it up now so you can see the difference. Let's go to 1 minute. So you see that line before? That's exactly, I'm approximating it. I didn't see all this. But I did that line from this stuff, and you're right. What it did is it pulled back. So what happens? Old resistance now becomes support. But actually it's even gone a little lower, 4. So $4 probably right now. You could say 405. 410. I'd say 410 is probably support at this point. But then you could see how important these drawings become, and you could see why I change them. Because things change. Your trading changes, okay? Here's an old one before. This old support would be down at 387. That's where I think your day may end up. But if I take this back here from the last low, and take it to about where we at right now, okay? Doesn't have to be exact. But it gives you an idea. And you see, it doesn't mean we're still from earlier. We're still ascending. We're not descending. Okay. If you can see the line, we're still going up. So even though it pulled down, and you're right. Okay. If I go to 430, where was the high? Right there. 430. Yep, right on the nose. 430, and I take that and I bring it here. Okay. And then I take this old one away. Right, remove it. You're right, we got descending. So if we look for right now, and we're on a 1 minute, we are descending again. It changed. It went from an ascending to a descending. You're correct. Whoever said that? Yeah, mainly trades. Absolutely right. Okay? And that's why I say, like, Deck draws these trend lines, and he goes blah, 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 and it's got to stay above this line. He draws a bottom line and he leaves it. I draw the cross lines, and they do change, and I change them as the stock changes. You have to. Okay, because it gives you an idea of what's going on, and then you can look at the volume and say, okay, what's happening right now? 13, we got 17,000, 50,000. This is on a 1 minute, so you can see, like right here, you got 38,000, 99,000, 58,000, 59. Then when this stock trades, do you see this right here? 168. What do we have going down? 67. So 60 is 120, 135, just 240. All right, so you got 240, 320, 410. About 500. You got 500,000 shares went down. Somebody is holding at least 250,000 shares, and it's enough that he can move this stock, and it could be more. I think earlier I figured it out early back, and I said somebody was holding about 300,000 shares, or 250, and the rest was just little stragglers. And that's how you figure out how manipulated. But you know what? The good thing about the stock is it's not dropping quickly. Whoever it is a good person, because they're making money, but they're allowing you to get out. They're allowing you not to take great losses. They didn't bounce except one time right over here, where they only did, it was only 113, and it really wasn't that much. It went from 405 down to about 375. Well, only once I see it drop 40, 50 cents. But other than that, this person has been doing gradually. And maybe, I don't even know if it dropped that fast before. So who's ever manipulating this stock right now is giving you a chance. So they're like having fun. What's going to happen with this stock? It's holding gains. Will this be the stock for after hours? How many people think the stock will be the stock? It's the number one on my chart. It's the number one high percentage. Actually, it's up now to about 44%. Okay? Well, that's the market percentage. What's the... 45. If I go to the stock itself, let's see. I got it right first one. Very good. 29. It says 29. It's got to be more than that. 45. Yep. I had to just whatever you do on that page. 45%. 44%. So this stock's up a nice amount. Okay? And look at this. If you had gotten in right here at time of 15, that's 318. You would have got in at 388. You could have taken it to 430. That's almost 50 cents. That's a half a point. That's what you're looking for, folks. Not pennies, but points. Half a point, quarter of a point, not pennies. Not a stock that's going 10 cents and back 10 cents. You know what? There's too much risk involved that you could get clobbered. So, 3:41 in the afternoon. Any questions? OBS Studio, reconnected, disconnected. That was weird. 128 today, connected and disconnected. I might have lost my internet for a split second. Okay. I'm wearing my Deckmore hat. Anybody see that? You see that? That's the Deckmore Trades emblem. So when I try to do my live stuff, I try to put on the right baseball cap. I got many hats for different things. You know? Super Buddy. What's going on? You see I haven't called one person in here. What is it? Baby boy or baby girl. We went to the seminar. The professor, that's where it all started with AK. He actually was calling, he came out, he was hysterical, and he said, Deck, he named Deck Baby Boy. So he kept calling him Baby Boy, and that's why everybody started doing it. Came from the seminar. Funny guy. He's so skinny. When you see him in person, he's really skinny. I don't think he must be a vegetarian. He needs to eat something. I pulled him aside. I had a nice little talk with him. I'll tell you, when people use the word G, God, and the next word after it, I get very upset, regardless if you believe or you don't. So I will always tell people, do not use God's name in vain. You know what? Look, you know what? I'm going to show you something else. Hold on. I'm going to put the camera down. You didn't see this. Ready? Look, I'm wearing the shirt too, by the way. I am in full uniform. I'm wearing the hat and the shirt. And only I know that. I am in uniform. You can. I've been ratted out. So not just the hat. I'm wearing the shirt. I wonder if they have Tradecaster underwear. I guess that's getting a little personal. You know, Deck was supposed to meet me. No, he did. I met him in January. And I had to meet him. I didn't know. Listen to this. I really screwed up. He said, go any place you want. And I picked this place called Alexander's Steakhouse. It's okay. Nothing great. I really would have preferred Outbacks, but I was trying to keep Outbacks. It wasn't anything close enough to him. I didn't want him to have to travel, so I kept him close to where I knew he was staying. I didn't know there was a Ruth Chris right next door, because I would have taken him there. I would have made him buy me a real $150 steak for real instead of the $30 steak. But he was supposed to bring me a shirt. Instead, he wore it, and I wasn't taking one he wore. So when the seminar came back in May, his mother was there. His mother and his father worked with him at the seminar. So I met his parents. Really nice people, both teachers. And I met, if you see in the little blue circle, if you click that little blue circle on the bottom of your Tradecaster page and you open it up, it says Ryan R, or sometimes it says R and, well, he's not here, Deck. It says R and S for Sean. That's his real name. I call him Deck for Deckmar. So anyway, I said to his mother, I said, she goes, oh, you're looking for a shirt or you want a sweatshirt? I said, you know, the truth is, I met with your son back in, she knows who I am, she knows who Active Trader is. So I said, I met with your son in January, we had dinner together, he was supposed to bring me a shirt. And he never, was supposed to give me one, he never gave me one. And she says, oh, wow, I'm so sorry about that. And I didn't know. Deck had walked up behind me and he was listening to me talk to his mother. I didn't see him. And he turned around to his mother and he said, this guy here, anything he wants on this table, it's free. He wants a sweatshirt, a hat, whatever he wants, just give it to him. I thought that was so nice. So I could have taken the $50 sweatshirt, but I live in South Florida. I really don't need that. I got 2 sweatshirts without a thing. I said, you know what? The only thing I want is a hat and a shirt. And that's what I got. I took the cheap stuff. I'm a cheap date, buddy. I am a cheap date. But next time he comes down, you know I'm taking him over to Ruth Chris. I don't know if any of you know Ruth Chris Steakhouse. It's like New York Steakhouse. I mean, they're pricey. They don't even freeze their meats. They're brought in daily, fresh. That meat has never seen an icebox. And that's the best. So here we are with 15 minutes to go. The stock's pulled back. I don't really think that we're going to see much more out of it. But you just never know. You never know. And let's remove this drawing here. Now let's take it from here to the bottom there. Okay, because things have changed. Take this one off, remove the drawing there, and that's what we got. Now we want to see again one more time. All right, if you look at this, we want to see this come across into here. If it comes into this section here, all right, we're on the 1 minute. If it comes in there, there's a good chance it might spike. If it doesn't, it could just drop, and it'll drop down to about, what did I tell you before, 370, 375, 380, 385, somewhere in that area. Okay, it seems to be holding. So, like I said, it could be a stock that could run back in the morning, but my broker doesn't allow me to trade at 4 in the morning, and there's some great trading between 4 and 5, but after 5 it just drops. And I see this thing now, I see it dropping. I don't see it holding. And I don't see anything else up on top. So, I think pretty much that's it. And Dazzle, can't do today. You said that last time, any chance? You know, mornings is just not good, unless it's on the weekend. You know, California. What about Sunday? Are you still here? Sunday is good. The reason Saturday morning's no good for me is my wife is off, and that's our 1 day together. Sunday is good. Unless you got to go to church or something. All right? I put it on your thing. You let me know. Okay? Dazzle. Okay. I'm going to save your information. You'll let me know, girl. Let me know. I know some of you, I talk to you and you're still at work. Oh, you're working. Stealing time from your bosses. As long as you do the best job you can do, then you're alright. In my book. Okay. Wow. How did that come in there? Oh, wait a second. I don't want that in there. Okay. Let's see if I can open up a new one. That's what I want. Sorry. Okay. I'm just doing something on the side. I talk to myself. You'll see as you get older, you'll talk to yourself too. Oh, that came in from the other one. That's weird. Wow. That's really weird. Oh, wow. I don't want to say that. It took the whole room in there. Alright. Close that up. Let me open you one more time. Send message. Okay, I think I got it now. I went to copy something and I copied the whole room with it. I'm going, why is it doing this? Because I was getting the message from somebody else. I knew something was wrong. Okay, save as. Good. That's exactly what I want. Desktop. Save. Okay. Good. This way, I forget things, and then if I forget, then you say, "But you said this and you said that." I can say, "I don't know. I got it all in there." So, all right. Again, I just want to say one more time. I know that some of you in here know my situation. I'm not trying to put anybody in any spot of any sort. Some of you have already donated, and I so much appreciate you. I have no idea. But for those of you that haven't, let me just do one thing real quick. What did I do with that? Donations. Thank you. Hold on. Oh, wow. Thank you. It's in my other computer. Okay. All right. For those of you that don't know the site, I'm just going to post it one more time. If you can, do what you can. Nobody's telling you how much or what or whatever. You know what? This is for a very good cause right now. If you want to learn about it, you can go on to GoFundMe. You can read about the cause. Yes, you did. And thank you, Super Buddy. Personally, I want to thank you. I know I sent off one to you. Some of them were personal. Some of them I had to make it up because in the beginning there was like 20 people or so I hadn't sent, and I wasn't going to go into each one of them. But thank you. You know, that's it. Just, do what you got to do. If you don't want to put your name in there, don't. If you don't, you want to be anonymous, just put in a name anyway. Try to put the name in here to my side that I can see, because I get an email. Otherwise, I got to try and figure it out. One person in here now, it had nothing to do with it. I was able to figure it out. I just happened to know it was a name that was from a certain part of the world, and I had mentioned that something, so I just kind of hit me. Look at this thing. It doesn't want to die, CLNN. Look at it go. There it goes. We're going for a new high, folks. We're going for a new high. This is not over. Don't ever say it's over till it's over. Look at this thing. It just wants to go. It just wants to go. We're still on a descending, but all it takes is one quick bam, and this thing can fly. I should have bought it. Second one, let's see, at 413, 412. I want to take the chance so bad. I want to do it. I just know it's going to go. Who thinks we're going to go for 450? Who thinks? Wow. Let's see. Can I do that here? How do I do that? I don't know why it's not in here. There's a button that usually says create a poll, and I don't see it. My button's gone. Wonder why my button's gone. That is so weird. What's this? Ah, there it is. Now I know how to do it. Okay. What is it? CLNN spike one more time or just crash. Okay. Spike. I like this. Or crash. Crash doesn't mean totally go down to nothing. It just means like it goes down. Confirm. Go vote. Create the poll. There it is. Did I do it? Is it up there? Yeah. Will CLNN spike? Wow. One person. I'm gonna say it's gonna spike. We got 50-50. There's two of us. It's gotta be two of. I don't know. It doesn't know. My buddy. Just the two of us. Come on, people. Go vote. Go vote. Don't be that way. Go vote. Where is my... I can't find my chat room now. Oh, here it is. Okay. Go vote. Go vote. Please go vote. Come on. There's 24 in here. There's other opinions in here. Will the stock go up one more time? Okay. Or will it come down? I don't mean crash, but come down. Where it just pulls back. I should have said pull back. Okay. So, go vote. Got about 1 more minute, and I'm going to stop the poll. That's it. We've got how many people? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3. Say it's going to spike one more time. I think this stock's going, folks. There it goes. There it goes. New high of the day. I said, will it spike and create a new high of the day? One more time. Come on, this stock ain't dying. I'll give you. You got 10 seconds to. Let's see. Let's see. You're gonna change your mind. You got 10 seconds, and this poll is done. How do I stop it? How do I stop the poll? Is that it? It's still going. I don't know how to stop. Oh, I know how to stop it now. Okay, that's it. Stopping the poll. 56%. I can't see who did it anymore. I can only tell when it's happening. All right, let's see. I said it'll create another high of the day. A couple of us did. We'll see what happens. One more time. I just okay. I know it's trying. I'm going to tell you something. I think it's going to happen so fast. I think in front of your eyes, this thing's going to go bloop, and then it's going to come down really quick. This thing's not dying. It is not dying. It's getting higher and higher, and your actual drawing, okay, is 330 to here now. It's getting higher and higher. Let's see what happens. It's squeezing. Wow. I can't vote. It does not work. Yeah, because I closed it. I told you. What were you going to say, Super Buddy? Up or down? Which way? Tell me. If you say up, that brings it to 50-50 again. One more person would have brought it to 50-50. Would it go up or down? My thoughts are still spikes. One more time, it goes up. You said down. Oh, you said down. Okay. Were you in the vote? It says I can't vote. It does not work because I stopped the poll. But okay, that would have made it. Then it would have made a difference of, let's see, for one more person, probably would have been about 62% opposed to whatever. Voting never works for me. Ryan can't feel. Oh, really? Oh, it's just on your side. Because I stopped the poll. So when the poll. Wow. And Ryan, I met Ryan. He wasn't what I expected. He really wasn't. He's a geek. Very quiet. Very, very quiet. You know, nice guy. Tesla's down today. Oh no, it's up. Tesla went up. Let's see what else. JP Morgan. That's my bank. Let's see, JP Morgan. All right. I think I could short JP Morgan. That's why I saved it. And who's on the other side? Deck. Okay, get rid of that. Thank you. Appreciate that. And how much time do we got? Wow. 3 minutes to the bell. Okay. Wow. It's been a great day. Let's see if it happens. It could happen after hours, but we won't know. I'm only going to leave it open a few minutes. I'll leave it open a little bit. Just want to see 10 minutes. See if it... Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Closing bell. 2 minutes. 2 minute warning. Wow. 2 minute. I can't believe this day. This day took it was a long day. It really was. I don't know how it was for you guys. It was a long day for me. Pre-market news. Yow. I don't do no yows. I don't do no bangerangs. Just letting you know in advance. I don't even know why I have to tell you that. You know, I just don't do that stuff. I don't know why. I think it's kind of silly. But Deck, it's part of his show. AK, I don't know. It's a little much for me. Ahoo! Ahoo! Who came up with that? Somebody drew this thing. I thought it was cool, so I saved it. Deck more trades. I love it. Okay. We are, right now, okay, 1 minute. Right now, 1 minute to the closing bell. Do you people like when I do that in the mornings? Like I say, you got a 5 minute warning and a 3 minute warning, and because a lot of us, we do things that our attention span is somewhere else. You know what I mean? And sometimes you look up and say, oh my God, I got 10 seconds. I got to change everything from EXT to daytime or I'm going to miss out. Do you ever do that? You forget to change it from pre-market and you go to buy, you go, oh my God, I can't get in. What's going on? It's not working. And it's you because you didn't change that little thing. Look at that. It's going to pop down. It's going to pop down. You folks might be right. Okay, we got 15 seconds. Amazing. All right. By the time I tell you that the bell had rang, it would have already rung. And I want to thank you all for everybody who's joined us today. And I will not be live tomorrow, but I will be back on Tuesday. And if anybody has any questions or any thoughts or anything, they can either put it to me privately in here and I'll find it, or send it to me in Deck's room. You know, you can put it on the side of my name, just pop it up where it says send message and send me a private message if you want. And we're good. Thank you. And thank you everybody who's been in the position to be able to donate to my cause. We're getting there slowly, but you know, it takes time. Thank you. I really appreciate that, buddy. I really do. And I appreciate you guys. And Dazzle, we will get together if you want. I mean, if Sunday's good for you and it can work, let me know. Okay? You have my phone number. Okay? I'm sure you do because I sent you a private text on our phones. You can just send me a text and say, like, I'll be good in an hour. I'll be good in 2 hours. Mornings, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, mornings are not good. They're not. They're just, it's too early. And I don't get up till 6:45 in the morning my time, which is 3:45 your time. You know, you're in California. Where in California are you? You understand. But we will get it together. I got to call Mama DeLorean because I'm supposed to get with her too. But L.A., all right. You're right near one of my favorite friends. What do you call it? Adrian from Music is one of my best friends in the room. He lives right out of Los Angeles also. Okay, where am I here? What do we got here? I'm going to close that. I'm going to close that. Uh-oh, it's changing things. That. I'll leave that one open. This is just a seal. And it's still going, right? Is everything still moving? What did I do? What happened? Stop streaming. It says I'm streaming, but it's not moving. Oh, here it is. There it goes. It must be moving very slowly. Okay, that one there. Deck sent me something. Okay. I play music. I got great music too. I have Sirius XM that I pay for in my car. Well, it's free in my house. And the last couple times that I've done it, and I put on some great music, I've gotten dinged from YouTube, and they won't allow these videos to be watched later on. So I'm not doing any music. It has to be, I have to stop the streaming. I got to figure out which one I've got to stop. Like I can stop, I think it has to be YouTube that it has to be stopped. If I stop YouTube, then I don't know if you can see or hear me anymore. I don't know how it works. Until I figure that out, no music. You're being punished. You're not being punished, but you're being punished. All right, guys. I love you all. Thank you. And I'll see you tomorrow for pre-market. All right? Anybody needs me, I'll be around for a while. I'll also be in Deck's room. I leave Deck's rooms open so you can get me in there. All right? Thanks again.